Democrats, and the blue-haired girl is saying how it's all the Republicans are Nazis, and everybody has a little fucking stupid opinion on everything, and they don't really know what's going on. But, you know, we're in a time where a guy gets shot in the neck on stage in front of a crowd, and you had people celebrating immediately. You had people online celebrating it. They're losing their jobs, rightfully so. You know, yeah, there is freedom of speech, and then there's being a piece of trash celebrating someone who died. You know, he had 2 children and a wife, and he was 31 years old. And they're celebrating it. They're the only people celebrating it. It's fucking insane. We also have evil, satanic-inspired shooters shooting schools up, and it's like people are just getting used to it. People are becoming numb to things that we shouldn't accept in a society, a free society. You know, the free society that doesn't call for terrorism and celebrating domestic terrorism. Do I really have to fucking say that? And again, you go and ask these people, what's the blame for this? You ask normies, you ask fucking NPC in real life bots, they'll be like, it's the left, it's the right. And it kind of is the left to an extent, but it's deeper than that, right? It's the Democrats, it's the Republicans. It's just fucking stupid shit. It's designed to start infighting, to keep you distracted from the background. I'm looking past the stage, and I try to tell you all to do so as well. I'm trying to tell you who's writing the script here. I can't say their names. I can just say that they're the Brazilians. Not the actual country, the Brazilians, before someone comments that. Okay, just Google it. Why do people call a certain country Brazil? What's the Brazilian internet slang term mean? But anyways, we all know who I'm talking about. Patterns don't lie. And so, the big question is, what now? Anyways, next, disregarding all that, what is next? Where do we go from here? What is next for us, the people who actually see what's happening? Everybody, really. I'm not here to just list off horrible things and leave you feeling hopeless and clueless and with a sense of despair and defeat. Because that's what they
got 5, 1, 2, and 2.
I'm here to help you all get grounded. We need to see our situation for what it is and figure out the real risk and start taking practical steps to protect ourselves. That is the core value of this mission, this video, this channel. So let's be logical. Let's be clear-eyed. 1 + 1 = 2. That's simple math. We're seeing these high-profile attacks, one after another, +1. So more violence is to continue, =2. Just today, I saw a report about explosive devices being planted under a newsman in Utah. You know, when you see this level of heat and this much tension, followed by real violence,
that's a goal.
This isn't going to stop. There's going to be more violence. It's just getting started. War is coming. Whether it's a guy by himself or it's a coordinated attack by a group, the effect is still the same. It's meant to terrorize us. So it's pretty obvious. Some people aren't even hiding their intentions anymore. You know, when I say that more violence is to come, it's just
great interception.
We have political commentators who have Destiny and Hassan calling for more violence. We have elected officials in Congress who couldn't even be bothered to stand for the best standards for Charlie Brown. The disrespect is just out of the ordinary. So here's the thing: you can't control what these people do. You can only control how you respond. That's where your power lies. So let's get into that. First off, the threat level is high. And you're out there speaking your mind. Like outside, man on the street.
First goal of the season, first of many.
That means you have to start thinking about security differently. You need to be doing risk assessments constantly, almost without thinking about it. Is this event safe? Should I take a different route home? What's the route? Do I have a big following? Yes or no? For people in the public world, this is a simple interview require a security team that's more than just guys standing behind.
What type of defense is that, bro? Look at that. Okay.
It's the world we live in. And also, let's be real.
Just let us walk past him, bro.
In the
That's all good defensive.
So that, so in some cases, it was not $25 million, just relatively harmless, but still, it could get the worst fate, and that is death. Physically attacked. That's the reality. So your response has to be total. Get in the gym, get strong, and you're considered very permanent injury.
Like, what? I thought it went over the ball.
Media, everything's on private. Details that don't need to be shared with people shouldn't be shared. Like if you have where you work on your Facebook or something, or your Instagram,
Okay, no saying anything. I got 2 assists already.
your location. The people who know you and on social media add you, they follow you or whatever. If they actually know you, then they already know. You don't need to put that. You don't need to broadcast that. You should even try to use a service like Delete Me or .com, something like that. Like get your information with these paper it's all these companies just make money. That's a whole entire different thing. Digital security is just the same as physical security.
I was going to the Prem. I thought we were gonna. My goal is to reach the playoffs at minimum. It's playoffs or buzz.
Maybe you could put this in security. But I wanted to put this up. These apps that people go on all the time, Telegram, Discord, stuff like that. A lot of the violence gets random. We know that the curb shooter.
If you could get like a solid center back, I don't think this one though. This is the winter one to get ready for the. Nah, I didn't want to think about the Prem, bro. Nah, this might be like. I gotta see how we play away.
And if you've got kids or younger siblings on there, you should probably just have a serious talk. Tell them to get out of any server or group or whatever that's promoting violence. Probably doesn't do anything when you report them, given the nature of Discord, but it's something. Get away from that shit. Don't let them fucking engage. Just check up on your family. But also, that's just 2 of the threats we have. Here's a third one. It's not just physical threats. It's not just digital security. It's not just Discord or Telegram. You have a war on our minds. This is called 5th generation warfare. I won't go through 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. If you're interested, go look it up, see what the differences are between them. But a part of 5th generational warfare is information war, psychological operations. They're using psychological operations and fake news to mess with the AI deepfakes are the big one right now that people fall for. Not like your Facebook boomer uncle sees some obvious AI shit and fall for it. I mean, like really good, sophisticated shit. They'll even have, they'll make it so the fake video comes in. False narratives, it's all on the table. Look at how they immediately try
I really want Presky to play well. He's gonna be in the club for a while. Like 21. He could for sure be in the club like 8 years. Damn, please. He would develop for it.
Yeah, that's what it initially came out as. Then you had people falling for this fake bullshit. Don't fall for that. Question everything. Do your own research. Don't even trust me. Why? Who says that? What kind of political speaker or commentator or whatever? Who says that? Don't trust me blindly. Do your own research. That's me telling you. Don't believe everything I say. Do your own research. Go verify what I'm saying. Your greatest weapon is your ability to think for yourself. Also, don't get focused on one event. Like, let's say the Kirk shooting. Don't get so focused on that. Don't hyper focus on that kind of stuff all the time. Because you will miss the bigger picture. That's what I'm saying. It's good to analyze these things and look at it. Don't hyper focus on the big events happening. Because while we were all reporting and talking about the shooting, the government voted against releasing the Epstein files. Think about it. The machine never stops. We have to mourn, we have to be angry, but then we have to get back. We can't lose sight of the bigger picture. Because that's what this is. It's all information. It's a spiritual war, a cultural war for the soul of this country.
I feel like he could score like 80 to 100 goals this season.
This is the Tournaments
I
back
thought we were
often
gonna go. I thought the
advance
score was
for
gonna be at
local
least 2-1.
communities. Traditions,
4-1 so
family,
far.
tradition, truth,
W.
your resistance has to be just as local. Build your local community, find your people, strengthen your family, teach your kids what's real. Be a light in the darkness. This is the time for courage, not fear. For community, not isolation. Stay strong, stay sharp, and let's get through this shit together. Thanks for watching, guys. God bless. America first. And always. Welcome back to Jimmy Talks. So, doing a different kind of video today. We're doing a game review. Yeah, we're changing it up. It's a game. It's called Real Life, the Deprogramming. Let me tell you, it is quite a wild game. I wanted to leave a full, in-depth review for you guys because it's probably the most important game you'll ever uh, play. Yeah. Just to be totally clear, this is a real game. It's a fantasy RPG. This is not sarcastic. I'm not being funny at all. This is a real game. It's not a euphemism for anything. Okay? Purely just a fantasy RPG game. It's totally a real game. Okay, so anyways, let's get into the review. First, the setting. The game takes place in this massive, hyper-realistic open world. The world in the game is called the West. And when you first boot it up, you start as a default character. You don't really get to choose your stats or your looks. The game just kind of assigns you a role. And for the first, I don't know, 20 or so in-game years, you're basically just running on autopilot, so to say. You're really just following the main quest line that they give you, which is basically go to school, get a job, consume product, enjoy sports ball, watch the news and believe it, and just generally don't ask any questions. The weirdest part about this early game is that almost every other character you meet is an NPC. And I'm not even joking, the AI in this game is kind of insane. They don't have like the same handful of dialogue options. You'll walk up to one, and the dialogue prompt comes up, and it's just stuff like, wow, the economy is really struggling lately. Or it's another one that I hear a lot. We need to support more diversity and inclusion. And another one I always hear. Did you see the latest Netflix show? And they all say it with this like completely blank expression, like they're not even really there. It's kind of creepy to be honest. But you try to engage them in actual conversation, and you try to ask them why they think that. Like when it gives you the speech pattern thing, think of like Fallout or something. And their programming just like short circuits. I don't know if it's like a glitch that I sometimes run into, but they'll either just repeat the line again, or they get aggressive and they start calling you names. The devs really went all out on making these NPCs utterly incapable of a real original thought. It's a brilliant, if kind of depressing, piece of game design, though. And that's the core gameplay loop for the first act. Just doing what you're told, consuming content, and interacting with these pre-scripted characters. It's designed to make you feel like you're making choices, but you're really not. You're just selecting from a list of options that the devs give you. It feels like one of those old like shooter arcade games you get in the bowling alley, where you just move the gun a little bit and you shoot them, but the path is completely like predetermined. The game moves it for you. That's what it feels like. The graphics are amazing though. I'll give it that. The whole world looks incredibly real, which makes the NPC behavior a little bit more jarring because it looks so real, you know. But here's where the game gets its name: the deprogramming. After a while, if you're really paying attention, you start to notice glitches. You'll see two NPCs from completely different parts of the map say the same exact phrase, word for word, on the same day. You'll see a major world event happen, and every single NPC immediately gets a dialogue update to have the same opinion about it. There's no, like, individual processing time. It's like a server-wide patch just gets deployed immediately. That's when you realize there's a deeper layer to this game. You're not just a player. You are a player character surrounded by non-player characters. And that's the moment you get the first real quest prompt. Break your programming. This is when the game starts getting really good. The first thing you gotta do is engage your critical thinking module. It's not even in the main hotbar by default. You kind of have to dig through your character's skill menu to activate it. Then you have to manually go into the settings and upload it. I don't know why the devs made it so hard to get this ability, but they really made it incredibly difficult to even use it. So really, it starts making you a little bit OP. It's like finding a hidden weapon in a secret room, like a Tarkov key room or something like that. So now, once you're at this part of the game and you have this ability now, whenever an NPC starts saying a line of dialogue or a news ticker scrolls by with a headline, you get to manually activate this new skill you have in the critical thinking. A little interface pops up and it makes you ask, who benefits from me believing this? Completely changes the game, I'm telling you. A headline like diversity is our strength suddenly has a publisher tag from a massive corporation that uses slave labor overseas. An NPC talking about open borders has a faction tag showing they're part of the globalist cabal faction, which is kind of OP. I don't really like these guys. They're really strong, they're real sneaky and stuff. But anyways, this one simple skill completely breaks the illusion of the main story quest you get, and it shows you the real game that's going to be underneath. It's great. Next essential item you need in this quest is the history. It's a legendary tier item. It's like in WoW, which, believe it or not, I played that a very long time ago. It's like finding an orange or a gold item. Super, super valuable. It's a rare drop. You're able to get it if you know where to look. But anyways, the devs don't want you to find it. They want to make the game hard on purpose. It's part of the game. It's not like so they transfer movement.
Oh.
Sketchy, out-of-the-way websites where, vendors and it's all they call it publishers. It's publisher places. Anyways, it seems like they're kind of sketchy.
Nah, that pass was really good setup, sucker.
But once you get it, it's like you're reading the original source code for the game. It shows you all the old lore in the unpatched version of history. Started mixing everything to get the new narrative in the game, right? You know what I mean?
Oh, that would have been. He curved that for you.
It's absolutely game-breaking information. You cannot see it. But out of that, this new quest line, you get a new ability. By far, it's called the Long Spell. Its cast time is long, and I have to believe that it is the spell is basically just shutting down the target. Just one escape. Step away from the screen and inside, do something heavy, and you talk to a real person face to face, and you build something with your hands. The spell completely replenishes your sanity and focus meters and removes the brain fog debuff that the main game constantly tries to provide. The NPCs in the system hate when you use the spell, and that's programmed them to absolutely make furious revenues. So they'll send you notifications in game, they'll try to take your social credit score in game, they'll try to make you feel like this is part of the game. It's not. Smells. Of course, once you start using these tools and ability in the second main quest, the game's antagonists start to take notice. So, remember I said it's characters from the NPCs. Kind of seems like what you do is really bad until you get to this quest. You're not really just a bad character. You're a glitch in the entire system. That's when you encounter manufacturing problems. These are the NPCs that work directly for the system admins. They'll try to report you for a wrong thing. They'll try to get your account banned. They'll show up in the comment sections of your DMs trying to bait you into breaking the terms of service. it's not that way. So, all you do is sustain character models and have this.
Oh my. Who shot that?
Never ever take their bait. So, yeah, the final part of the game, though, the true endgame content is using the party finder part of the game. It's actually in game. It's known as a base party finder. This is how you find other player characters. So that's where you unlock the other player characters part. And once you find them also, so you form a guild with them. It's a group of people you see.
The double from Precious. They build up.
The game doesn't want you to do this.
And
It wants you isolated and alone because single player is really easy to manage. But a guild of awakened players is more of a problem. And that's how you actually start to change the game more. So, that's about it for that review. Final verdict on real the programming is a masterpiece. The initial grind, so it's kind of frustrating, dealing with all the mods. It's just the time to make it right. But if you push through, if you seek out the hidden mechanics and the tools, you'll find a deeper, more rewarding game than you are accustomed to. The graphics are realistic. It's kind of like a mind-bending conspiracy.
Debut goal, no? Assist in a goal.
It's probably the most rewarding experience in any game. So, if you like COD or Fortnite, might not be the game for you. Nothing against those games. It's just not really a casual game. It's hard, and learning curve. It's also kind of punishing. The main devs kind of hate you for playing it properly, it seems like. It's the only game that actually works. Achievements are given for following the main quest. You actually get achievements for breaking. So, an achievement singularity, which you get only seizing control of your own consciousness, is worth every second of the story. So, yeah, I'd rate it 10 out of 10. But I would recommend this one.
That's a penalty.
It's not worth paying full price. Just make sure you activate the critical thinking skill this time.
What a save. What a save.
So just a heads up. It's all game. So, alright guys, that's really going to do it for this review today. Smash the like button, subscribe, follow me on Twitter, follow me on Rumble if you enjoyed this kind of game review. And I'll see you all in the next one. God bless America first. And always. If you're new here, you don't, but go on videos on here. And somebody had raised an intriguing point to me the other day, and it was about insights to this. So maybe think about my life, maybe think about all the stuff that
Ooh, bad trip. Safety. I thought they already passed Muslim, bro. See, passed somewhere. Pretty soon. Oh, he didn't get that assist?
So basically, get to it more. So it's just been great on page. This is what they've been telling us in social studies and history is that democracy is the final ultimate goal. This is how this will reveal itself. So people are taught to chant it like it's a mantra and to see its processes as sacred and to view any alternative as not just wrong but inherently evil. This indoctrination is so complete that to question democracy is, for example, it's like to mark yourself as a heretic against the religion of our time. It's to say, I am the Antichrist. You know, it's, no. it's time to speak a forbidden truth. Democracy is not the guardian of liberty. It is actually liberty's greatest threat. Hear me out. And, people in the comments, since all time, last week, this is an intellectual video, though, so if you disagree with me, tell me why.
Well, just backing up the goal.
Yeah, good place.
Great finish.
Don't just attack me and say this. The words matter a lot. The words and their meaning and what I say, the definitions of these words, they matter a lot. So if you have a disagreement or you want a follow-up question answered, feel free to leave it in the comments. But anyone who's just going to hatefully attack me or something like that, you're just going to get ignored. I'm going to tell you you're retarded because you're acting like that. So this is just want to lay that out. Okay? So I think that unfortunately this has turned into liberal democracy. So I'm talking about. I unfortunately think that it has turned into a failed experiment, and I think it's a poison that's slowly leading our nation to decadence and weakness, and ultimately to a soft and then hard tyranny. The ballot box, we're told, is the source of all legitimacy. In reality, it is often merely, in my opinion, a tool for the organized and the parasites to loot the productive and dissolve the foundations of a healthy society. So, at its core, democracy is the tyranny of the majority, or, more accurately, the tyranny of the most persuasive manipulators over the mediocre and the mob. It's a system that prioritizes and prizes the opinion of the low information voter, the welfare dependent, and the culturally alien just as highly as the hard-won wisdom of the seasoned statesman and the vested interest of the native son. It empowers shallow people, overly emotional people, and the easily deceived. It reduces the complex art of governance, which requires wisdom and foresight and strength, and a connection to the nation's heritage, to a vulgar,
Are they playing the same formation as us? WW.
The democracy, the candidates for democracy is the most aggressive. It's the most unpredictable. This validates the base instincts and envy of the masses will always win.
They got China food, culture,
merit, virtue, angle,
overlapping in a ball player.
inevitably sacrifice in return for sure. That's where we're gaining immediate gratification. So, this is inevitably projects Ego's parasitic people in society. And it creates a permanent voice. And when I said that, people often agree for different families. People mention those families. It's very but these people are like self-serving managerial elite. And their talent is not leadership, or stewardship, or vision. But really, their traits are electioneering. Amazing.
You shoot it. Mark Blair. I should have passed that. That's right. Oh, Kai! Pesky! Man, Pesky's gonna be a club legend. Wow. Oh my God, Presky. I'm gonna have to change his jersey number to number 9, bro, because this is a beautiful game right here. Look at this. Control. The patience. The composure. The finish. Cold finish. Alright. I thought he would have got the assist. What was it, Lard? Right. Oh. Bright would have had. That was the second good look he had. See this. Put it in the middle. Hey. That's who? It takes 3 points. We'll take it.
Are taught to be grateful for the benefits that are dispensed by the state, and they will reliably vote for the party that promises them more. Is this really a conspiracy anymore? No, it used to be a fringe conspiracy theory, but now everybody kind of sees it for what it is. And it's exactly what it is. It's a logical outcome to democratic logic. It's a cold, calculated exchange of difficult-to-govern people for easy-to-manage people. It's the equivalent of, say you have a little kid.
West Brom.
They always ask for apple juice. So you give them half a cup of apple juice, or maybe even a quarter, and then you fill up the rest with water. You're just watering it down for them. That's what they're doing to people who critically think. They water them down until The apple juice is no longer apple juice, it's just water. So, if this is what democracy leads to, what's the alternative? That's what you would think. Okay, I don't want to deal with all that. What do we do then? The alternative is just order. It's hierarchy, and it's a actual authority derived from truth and nature, not just a popularity contest. Liberty does not mean the freedom to choose who destroys you in a rigged election. Liberty is the freedom to live in a stable and functional country, in a functional society, where your children are safe on the streets and your culture can flourish without being mocked and dismantled. I mean, look at all the people cheering that Charlie Kirk died. Fuck that white guy. He was a Christian fascist. That guy was nice. He was a nice guy. I'm sure there's an argument to be made there, but no, he puts on his dickhead kind of thing. I mean, I don't agree with everything he even said, but I don't think this guy was like inherently bad. But they shot him in the neck. True liberty is a society that honors their ancestors. It's the kind of society that is not built on the unstable public opinion. It's built on the foundation of shared commonality, shared faith, a shared destiny. This requires strong, centralized, courageous leadership, not elected politicians focus on the polls and how much money they can get if they sell you out. That means that real leaders must be chosen for their merit and their character and their loyalty and their commitment to the well-being of the people. This requires a society that is organically ordered, where everyone knows their place and their duty. From the father leading his family to the politician, the statesman would be more accurate, leading the nation, all under God. That is natural order, and that is what built Western civilization. Democracy is the tool that's being used to unbuild that. It's a system that's designed to fail because its end goal, whether by just lack of foresight or by malice, bad intentions, is not our freedom but our destruction and subjugation. To save ourselves and our children and our birthright, you have to reject the cult, this cult of a personality idea that democracy is everything good in the world. There's plenty of other countries that aren't democracies. They're similar, but not the one that we live in. I think the Constitution is a great document, and it's just been subverted. They don't even follow it anymore. Nobody does. So we have to have the courage to speak the truth, that some men are wiser than others. Some people have different lives than others. And a nation is not an idea or a set of propositions, but it's like a vast extended family with a common ancestry and a fate. They have a shared fate. Our liberty and our identity, our very survival, depends on kind of getting rid of this idea and restoring natural hierarchy and trust and faith in the God. You have to take it away from the people who spent decades tearing it down and making life horrible for everybody else so they can enrich themselves. The stakes are really high, and they are too high for anything less than full, unapologetic rejection of this. So to answer that question, that is what I think about liberal democracy. What's up, guys? Welcome back to Jimmy Talk. So, I want to get into a topic. It is very critical, especially in times like now. It's for the prepared citizen, the Minuteman, or what have you, and that is operating as a low visibility Minuteman, defender, prepared citizen, whatever you want to call it. I was specifically referring to this precarious space and time where society hasn't fully collapsed into open warfare with rifles on every street corner. Of course, that's not happening right now, but the time when kinetic energy is undeniably building. We see this with the Kirk shooting. We see this with Irina, the girl who was stabbed on the train. Tensions are high right now. We've got streamers calling for the deaths of certain political parties, and really, it's just the leftists, really. But anyways, that's besides my point. We'll get my personal opinion out of that. And also, I want to get into full-blown scenarios, not just low vis or rising kinetic energy. Whether it's a civil conflict or an outright occupation by a foreign power. We'll get into that as well. But what I want to emphasize here is that the central theme, the point that I'm trying to make, is mastering the art of the gray man, which is blending into the civilian population like a ghost. Nobody notices you, you're just a guy. Compared to someone who's just wearing a bunch of tactical gear and they're open carrying a long gun. So you also, while you're being a gray man, you need to simultaneously be mentally and physically prepared to employ force if absolutely necessary. So this is about maintaining basic self-defense capabilities without painting a target on your back. That's pretty much what gray man is. This philosophy, one could call it, this way of thinking, it encompasses a wide variety of tools. Most commonly, your everyday concealed carry pistol is what you're going to deal with your whole entire life. But then we've also got more specialized gun systems, subguns with maybe an FRT trigger in it. Things are real small. Short-barreled rifles, short-barreled shotguns, revolvers because they don't eject brass casings, backpack folding ARs, suppressed 22 long rifle pistols, all that stuff. By the way,
let's go.
Everything discussed here is for legal, hypothetical scenarios within the context of a video game, specifically Minecraft. I'm talking about Minecraft. So, this isn't real-world advice. It's all for Minecraft. It's the first and foremost, most important principle to grasp is that everything is meant to be
19.
mission, enemy, terrain, troops, and this is honestly a good answer because it's the only true answer. Your gear selection is never about what's coolest on Instagram. It's about what is objectively appropriate for the specific threat that you're facing or the threat levels outside. So let's break down threat levels and what they mean. So first would be this is pretty much the baseline level for everyday life. Everyday guy, just like you and I, heading to the grocery store, taking the kids out.
Yo, ref, penalty. What the? Damn.
The kid for this is your average, everyday, easy.
Come on, who's taking it? Who's taking the penalty? Can't see a limber. It's 20. That's Samuel. Oh, gee. No. Coleman got it. Samuel.
Just an understanding of local self-defense laws like this. At this level, I would say your primary weapon is mostly your brain. The tools that you have are just next, medium, direct weapons. This is where the threat becomes more direct and concrete, even if it doesn't feel entirely there. It's a medium threat level. You could assess the environment.
What pass was that, son? Oh my, what a save! What a save. I can't even get mad about the shot. That was a crazy ass save. Oh, he's coming, bro.
This isn't paranoia to
Bro,
assess
he's
current
different.
drug levels in many areas. Men's
They're
relay
not trying to
course.
lose.
This means you have to have more understanding of visual posture might change. You proceed with heightened caution, depending on your location, maybe it's
Oh, Cole made sure that shit went in. Let's go.
Maybe if you're going to very busy places with people in nature,
Presky wasn't offside. Oh, yeah. That looked like offside.
maybe you're going up on a stage. But at the very least, carrying a tourniquet and an extra pistol mag on you is smart. I think you should do that regardless. But with additional medical, maybe ammo, station your vehicle, basic first aid, something like that should be like
Oh my God, Presky. Presky. Nah, he's ready. Offside?
It's still for a gray man. This is also the threshold where possibly a truck gun becomes a little bit more of a serious consideration. A truck gun is a topic for a whole other video. But for me personally, I think it's just this where a truck gun must be secured. It needs to be bolted down in the trunk or maybe under a seat, and it needs to be locked. It needs to be bolted onto the floor. Maybe make it skilled, because that's really the biggest risk when it comes to a truck gun. Somebody else is stealing it. Yeah, somebody's breaking into cars. This is probably the person you don't want to have one of anyways. So, yeah. Also, your truck gun shouldn't be like a prized and expensive gun. You know, if you're in a situation dire enough to use it, basically, this truck gun. So it is early this season, eventually, you have to shoot some in Minecraft. I'd much rather that be like a cheap PSA AR-15 or like a dagger, a police training rod, or something like a $2,000 Silverado 2011 that I'll never see it.
So, hello. Nobody was at the goal.
So, anyways, let's get to my threat level stuff. This is when an attack is not just possible, but it's almost certain. Stuff like a standing conventional army is operating in your area. There's widespread militia or terrorist activity or just complete breakdowns of civil mass. Midday riots. 1992, we see this in the 2020 riots. In the St. Louis area in 2014, we see this with the Ferguson riots. You know, this happened before in Chad's job in Seattle or Flint, all that stuff. We've seen this stuff. These kind of environments, they might have checkpoints with searches, whether it's police officers or it's random people doing action or on a horse. These snipers might be at ambushes. This has happened in other countries. It's happened in the USA. It's not far-fetched to say that this stuff happens. The biggest example I can think of was Sarajevo. There's a bunch of normal people living there in the Yugoslav wars, and suddenly their lives have been upside down. So, survival here would be more superior mobility through hostile zones, and you need to accept that direct engagement with an occupying force or a terrorist, militia, whatever is likely. If possible, you should, but if you can, if possible. Team coordination is a force multiplier, but for the solo Minuteman, since most people are themselves most of the time doing stuff, you need to do recon, you need to do reconnaissance, you need to avoid bumping up all nonsense to make sure you stay away from those areas. Rules of engagements, they must be clear and they have to be focused on the aggressor, especially for virus.
Oh my God, Presky.
Should
make sure he's getting that goal today. That pass though from Sammy Jones. I just subbed him in. There we go, there we go.
Shift here from pure concealment, the low and medium ground levels, to maybe what could be maybe your plane carrier just brings right on you, and they're open carrying a long gun, whatever that may be. And sometimes don't rely on this. Sometimes the mere presence of a rifle can't deter an attack with a shot being fired. Don't rely on this. It's just something. The gear list will escalate whenever you're going to wear plate carrier with hard armor in it, belt with all your goodies on it, chest rigs, knife axe, all that stuff. And even the communications are like a simple FM radio, a little bell thing. You're by yourself, and I guess it's sort of too much, but you should be in a team. If you're in a high threat local area, I mean, you should probably not be by yourself. It's a very basic rule. You learn day one in the military, doesn't matter what branch you're in, you need to have a little battle boot. Right? So you shouldn't be by yourself. Redundancy is key here. You need to have some medical, you need to have extra water, have extra firearms, so maybe you should have your backup gun, which would just be your normal concealed carry pistol, or even improvised weapons. Okay, so next, historical context. Guys, when people discuss this stuff, they're like, that'll never happen here, that'll never happen here. Oh, yeah, you're crazy. Historical context says that you're wrong. You need, this happened in the past. Let's think about it in the past. After 9/11 happened, regardless of your views on what you think, who did what, okay, this isn't the video about that. The fear and uncertainty created a high-threat environment nationwide. A more recent example for Americans is the BLM riots in 2020. In many cities, if you were downtown, attacks were not just possible, they were probable. Chaz and Chop, people died there that were inside those little zones, the autonomous zones, something like that. It's crazy. Businesses were looted, businesses were burned down for no reason other than they just existed in the wrong place at the wrong time. People were pulled out of their cars and beaten simply for being in the wrong place. We've seen this in 1992 with the LA riots. This is a moment where police and civilians, rightly so, adopted a more overt posture. Now, when I say overt posture, this doesn't mean you have to carry a rifle down Main Street. I still think gray man principles can apply here. Maybe something like a micro-roni or a similar pistol carbine conversion kit concealed underneath a jacket, a trench coat, a field jacket, something like that, a hoodie, or maybe a folding stock AR pistol in a backpack. You can have your chest rig underneath your flannel or your hoodie or something. You've got some real good stuff out there for the low bid stuff. Maybe you'll want to stay more lower signature. You might want to let those two factions fight it out, and you just want to sneak by or something because you don't want to do all that. Maybe you still want to wear concealable soft armor. There is rifle rated soft armor. I've never had it, so I'm not going to talk about how effective it is. Safe Life makes it, but yeah, you might want to just wear your soft armor and have your gun hidden on you. So this can, like I said, help you avoid attention that maybe the plate carrier might draw. It's all MET-TC dependent, like I said at the beginning of the video. So basically, to sum up this gear-oriented section, it all boils down to the personal risk assessment. Your life is spent doing daily activities, work, shopping, hanging out with your family, whatever. It's like any other. You must honestly establish the threat level for each activity and dress accordingly. If you have a cheap PSA loaner AR, something might suggest to you that you need to evacuate your family from a nearby city because you live outside the city, but they've been in the cities getting into chaos. It would be foolish not to grab that rifle. Yeah, listen, USGI bandolier listings are super cheap and all small mags plus on the gun. That gives you 150 rounds of 5.56. That much ammo for a guy bad situation. I say no, that we be not the aggressor. That's going to give you the superior fire. Truly fucked up situation because that one's fucked up. Some people might hear that and say, Jimmy, why would a civilian ever need a K-115 to go and do something? What do you think that's going to do?
Oh my god.
What do you think that's going to do? And, to that, say, moving your eyes to recent history, as we've already stated twice before. And see this in the history, radical leftists nearly destroyed countless cities and people are beaten, shot, and stabbed with impunity for no reason. Doors were flipped over. 1992 LA riots, a truck driver was pulled from his truck and nearly beaten to death for no other reason than being present. He was there at the wrong place at the wrong time. So how would you refuse to let that happen to me. This isn't even a tough kind of thing. Guys, I want you to be safe. This is why I make these videos. So why would you even take that chance? The evidence supports
Samuel just might have fucking got it out, bro.
He's an innocent kid cleaning graffiti.
Most dumbest thing I've seen, bro.
And he was attacked by 3 armed aggressors. One guy with a skateboard, and one of them was a felon who aimed a gun at his head.
Oh, shit.
And he survived a 3-on-1 fight because he had AR-15. The odds are stacked against you when it's a 3-on-1. But he survived because he had a superior firearm. He stopped 2 people attacking him, and he incapacitated a 3rd one with precise 6 rounds. We have countless video footage showing police officers bagged up in 9mm rounds on suspects, and they just continue to advance towards them. Low high velocity and energy transfer of a 5.56 round are far likely to drop a threat immediately. This is why I would say, hey, you might want to bring the AR or the multi-stock AR or even the multi-stock AR. That's why I say these things. Now, let's flip this scenario entirely away from lures and riots. What if the high threat isn't a riot, but it's a civil war in occupation in Minecraft? This is where things might change a little bit. Now, vehicle and foot traffic checkpoints might be set up by organized force or militia, whether they are free or not. Even if you are sympathetic to some of these people, they don't know you. You are an unknown person. You are an unknown American. This environment makes overtly hidden weapons and backpack guns with concealed grenades, whatever. And it's kind of a madness. So if it's discovered at a checkpoint by viewers, the consequences will be so a different approach is going to be needed here. So here, now, the emphasis will shift almost entirely to extreme discretion. Like we said, the gray matter. Confrontation, that's also going to be with police and evasion. We need to really
focus on Kitagawa. Abogawa. 10 men. We just scored a beautiful goal like that. Ain't no way.
Intelligence gathering long before you need to look for alternative Asian routes. You need to time your movement to maybe even coincide with the guard shift change. Or use social engineering, like faking compliance, having a plausible cover story for why you're traveling. The goal here isn't to fight. It's to survive, continue whatever you're doing, whether it's everyday life activities or your mission, undetected. Minecraft. You need to prioritize de-escalation, and you need to get rid of any piece of gear that can compromise it. Now, I'm not going to go into methods of like sneaking a weapon past a head down. Honestly, I have no experience with that. That's like some like super special shit. And this is also used. So, the general concepts, well, the search procedures and like thoroughness of first. You might want to consider taking concealment, maybe like, look outside and carry. You might want to wear some loose clothing, maybe a cell phone certainly. Might be hands touching the armor.
That's a goal. That's a.
Sometimes the smartest move would just be like to cache a weapon or a checkpoint to throw over or something. Story is honestly your best at this. Again, all this is for Minecraft. So, yeah. Anyways, I'm getting a little bit off topic here. So to sum all of this, the low is men criminals, great, detective. You are a great. You're great. Congratulations. It's your arms.
Oh, wow. This is the last chance right here.
You need to listen to the radio. You need to watch the news. You need to hear from
Oh my god, what? Right? Oh, oh no, we're going to penalties.
Here, your appearance have to be a little bit non-threatening. You just need to look like a normal guy. Don't wear your gas mask out. Something that screams prepper or, I have a gun. It's like those memes of the military guys wearing these very obvious clothes. I was in the military and they're walking around with a multi-cam shirt on. Just wear normal clothes. But you must also plan for multiple escape routes. You need to know all the back roads you can take in case maybe the highway system is a little bit too congested. Whether that's on foot or on vehicle, you have multiple escape routes. One could even try.
Come on, guys, please. Presky, come on. Oh my God, Presky.
Let's get a little bit creative. That's what you're going to have to do.
Oh my God.
The TC, get creative. You're going to have to use need to prioritize.
Oh God. Minikawa, I'm gonna save, man.
Speaking of that, just carry your base around. Default setting should always be to de-escalate. Stay
I forgot who's our secretary.
bigger, better shot than you. Your ego has no place in
Nagawa. What the fuck? He did a. Oh my. Bro. Did a Brahim Diaz, bro. Nah, we're out of the cup. We're out of the cup. Oh my God, what a save from Kawa. Oh my God.
Should be defensive. So this kind of mindset of his operations is going to minimize risk and it maximizes chances of succeeding in the mission, staying alive.
What a goal. What a penalty. What a penalty. Oh my God. That boy Zuma.
And if you don't believe me, you can just look around, look at the NPCs and bots, and they're just background characters. And we went with them and we were to kill them, and some of them have weak ideas, and their process thoughts.
What? He didn't save that?
Their weakness isn't just spiritual. Maybe it's not just only mental. It's not just a lack of violence. It's actually being caused by chemicals. Like chemicals.
Oh my God. I'm scared. I thought he missed it. I thought he went to. I went to the rafters.
It's chains. It's on the brain, and its inner engines are
Yo, Kawa.
But
I'm feeling it, Kawa. Come on. You got this. He's going left. He's going left. Oh my God. Let's go. Let's go. 10 men down. Oh my God, that's good. What a game. What a game. Oh my.
This, that, and the other. The great replacement, all that stuff. We all talk about
No way we only get 10K off that game, bro. I should get a mil alone. The game was something else, Matt Samuel. I gotta see this incident, bro, because I saw it, but I need to see it again because ain't no way we almost could have got kicked from the Carabao Cup, bro. Let's see this, bro. I gotta see this, bro. It's gonna be if it's back, nah, bro. Hold on, bro. I was getting fined, bro. I did not do it. Now, one day. It's
So,
one day, bro.
before I even start, this is not a conspiracy theory. This is actual nutritional science. They are chemically castrating Western civilization with food. Now, the first poison I want to enlighten everybody about, a lot of you probably already know about this. But anyways, the first one would be soy. And it's not the kind of soy that you would have in like a Chinese, Japanese restaurant like miso soup. That's actually a different food. What I am talking about though is unfermented, ultra processed soy protein isolate. If you've read any of the food nutrition labels on all the foods that you get, I guarantee you see a lot of that soy protein isolate. This is an industrial byproduct, and it's a cheap filler protein that's put into pretty much every air quote health food. Which, by the way, health foods, a lot of that stuff, a lot of it's marketing, and a lot of stuff that's packaged for health foods is usually just that. It's a shady marketing gimmick. But anyways, it's in the protein bars, shakes, fake meat products. This is where you're going to find a lot of this soy protein isolate. Stuff like veggie burgers, Impossible burgers. This is a big cornerstone of like the vegan and vegetarian food stuff like that. That they want to eat natural, they don't want to eat animals, but they're eating a lot of chemicals at the same time, unfortunately. So it's actually working against them. And a lot of that soy protein isolate, it is poison for men. Soy is loaded with compounds called phytoestrogens, specifically isoflavones like genosine. Phyto means plant. Estrogen means the primary female sex hormone. These plant compounds are xenoestrogens, which means they are close enough in structure to human estrogen that they can bind to estrogen receptors in your body. So basically, when a man consumes soy, he is introducing a potent foreign estrogen mimicking chemical into his endocrine system. The endocrine system controls your hormones, which is testosterone. So the result of this is extremely well documented. The science is clear and it's also undeniable. Studies have consistently shown that soy consumption lowers testosterone levels and increases estrogen levels in men. Studies have shown that people eating the soy protein isolate have lower testosterone levels. Other studies show that consuming just 56 grams of soy protein daily for 28 days in a row saw a 19% drop in testosterone levels in men. So this isn't really subtle. Next time, I want you to do something. Next time you go to the grocery store and you pick out your little snack or whatever you like to eat, look at the back, look at the label, see what it says. Because this is not subtle. We're witnessing a mass chemical feminization. Lower testosterone means less muscle mass. It means less drive, less vitality to want to fix things, less competitive spirit, less aggression, less ambition, less of the very vitality that builds civilizations. A high soy diet creates a passive, complacent man. It goes against their natural testosterone levels, their spiritual sense as a man. A man who would lack the fire to lead a family, to build a business, defend a border, or to oppose tyranny. They start becoming spectators in their own lives, and they're docile, they get easier to control. Now, I'm not saying it's that crazy. It kind of is, but it also kind of isn't. When you cut this food out, though, you would see a huge difference in men overall. So, avoid this bullshit soy stuff. You should be reading the labels of all the food you buy. You should be eating meats, veggies, fruits, and grains. Basically, stuff that doesn't need an ingredient list on the back. Because you already know what it is. A steak is a steak. It comes from a cow. An apple is an apple. Stuff like that. I allow myself personally to spend more on quality foods in my budget because that shit is more important than you think. Now, when I eat fast food, I feel like garbage noticeably more than when I constantly consume the toxic sludge. Your body hates this shit. Anyways, the next big one, the one that the video title is on, seed oils. This is the one that I promised specifically. If soy attacks your hormones and test levels, seed oils attack your entire cellular structure. We can start to see, by the end of this video, you're going to see how all this food together just creates a disgustingly unhealthy person. And a lot of people, it's not even really their fault. You could say, well, it is because they don't know about it. But a lot of this food, it's in almost all the food that we eat. So Anyways, seed oil. This is not traditional fats. Your great grandfather probably didn't eat this stuff. All right, it started to get popular around the boomer times in World War II when they used it for motor oil. But anyways, seed oil specifically, what I'm talking about is stuff like this. You see it in the grocery store all the time. Canola oil, soybean corn oil, sunflower oil, safflower oil. Excuse me. These are industrial inventions. They are extracted from seeds, and they use this high heat mechanism. These people called food scientists make it. You need to really do all that. But anyways, they use chemicals like hexane, bleaching agents. They're literally industrial lubricants and fuel oils, and they're rebranded as heart healthy cooking oils. Let me say it again: industrial lubricant and motor oil. Apparently, that's good for your heart, right? Yeah, it's not. Seed oils used to be an emergency lubricant and oil for vehicles during World War II when there was oil rations. It literally used to be used as an emergency motor oil, and now everyone and their mother is eating it. It's everywhere. When I say it's everywhere, do not let me downplay this. Don't allow yourself to downplay this. It's in all of the foods and all of the restaurants deep fry everything in it because it's so cheap compared to tallow or olive oil. And it's cheap because it's a government subsidized plant where the seeds come from to even make the oil. So it's a huge abundance, a huge supply, and it's also why it's in all the foods. It's a chemical binding agent. So the problem with seed oils is their chemical structure. They are polyunsaturated fats. These molecules are highly unstable. When you heat up seed oils, like when you're frying French fries, when you're using this oil and you heat it up, they oxidize and they become rancid. And when you eat them, they create a bunch of oxidative stress in your cells. These cells are in your body. When they're under stress, this leads to inflammation. This means that the muscles are getting bigger, the cells are getting bigger. Everything it's inflamed, and it doesn't need to be. There's healthy and natural inflammation, and then there is unnecessary introduction of inflammation in the body. One could say inflammation's never good, but you do get this naturally, say after you break a bone or something. This is just introducing unnecessary stuff you don't need. This is not a minor issue. This is a state of constant body-wide inflammation. So studies have shown that high linoleic acid consumption, which is the primary fat in seed oils, to increase rates of chronic inflammatory diseases. It makes you inflamed, and now you have an inflammatory disease. Crazy how that works. It also has non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, inflammatory bowel disease, all this stuff that could be avoided. These studies are even showing that the omega-6 to omega-3 fatty acid ratio in the modern diet, everybody alive, what we eat today, probably the past 30, 40 years at this point, which is driven by seed oils, is now estimated to be 20 to 1. Our ancestors consumed a ratio of 1 to 1 or 2 to 1. So it's an extreme imbalance, and it's a proven driver of the systemic inflammation medical disease problems in our society. Now, I know when I'm explaining this to you, you may ask yourself, what does chronic inflammation feel like? I don't even know what that means. So I'll put it this way. It's akin to brain fog, depression, anxiety, achy joints, low energy. People get autoimmune disorders from that. It's a body that's constantly fighting itself. And it has no energy left for clear thoughts, decisive action. You're always tired. So a brain that's inflamed cannot think critically. It can't discern the truth from lies. It's prone to emotional outbursts, fear, confusion. It accepts the simplest, most emotionally charged narrative that whatever the elites want to push on you. It's exactly what the media serves up 24/7. And it just accepts all that. It's the perfect biological state for creating an easier to control population. Now, I'm not saying that seed oils were made with the specific intent of making people docile. It was made because it's cheaper than tallow and olive oil, and companies want to save money. That's ultimately the bottom line. So they use seed oils. What I am saying, though, is that this perfect combination of constant inflammation and ingesting soy is kind of just like the ultimate coincidence of a docile population, which benefits the elites in charge. Now, for the next big thing that's in all of our foods, and guys, for the sake of YouTube, I could get way deeper into this, way more in depth, but I just kind of want to give you the overlay, the quick introduction, and you can look into it yourself. I'll recommend you a book at the end of this. But anyways, let's get on to the next one. Sugar, processed carbs, and artificial flavors. This is the most obvious one that a lot of people know about. It's coming into light lately, yet it is the most addictive. Everybody knows sugar is bad for you, but do they know how bad it is when it's also combined with processed carbs and artificial flavors? So what exactly am I talking about? Think of stuff like potato chips and pop, but it's also not obvious at the same time. That stuff's obviously bad for you, specifically referring to artificial flavors. It's put in a lot of stuff very sneakily. Food labels will hide this shit with the wording as natural flavors, which is just a hidden code for artificial flavors sometimes. Not all the time, but don't trust this stuff. Always read the ingredients. For example, if you buy French fries, it should say potato, and that's it. Let's put it this way as well, if you're a stats guy. The average American now consumes over 130 pounds of sugar per year, which is a 4,000% increase from 200 years ago. Go look at a picture of any historical figure or even just Google, I don't know, 1800s. Everybody was a lot more skinnier back then. Of course, there's different reasons for this. There's a bunch of different reasons. But one of those legitimate reasons are these artificial flavors. They weren't around. The seed oils, they weren't around. But anyways, all this sugar is a dopamine replacement. It's tricking your taste buds. So these foods are engineered. Yes, your food is engineered. Does that just sound right to you? Anyways, it's engineered in a lab by food scientists with thousands of chemical compounds that you'd never have in your kitchen to be hyper palatable, meaning it's stimulating as fuck to your dopamine sensors to override your body's natural signals of fullness to create a cycle of addiction. That's why they say you can't just eat one potato chip. It's too good. Your dopamine receptors love it. For example, if you're craving something sweet, you may actually be nutrient lacking. You might want vitamin C, like an apple, something sweet. Fruits are sweet. But you will confuse this with ice cream or a chocolate bar. You'll eat the ice cream, but you'll crave more and more because you didn't actually get vitamin C. You just ate sugary bullshit. But the sugar made you feel good because of the dopamine hit. Now we've got a classic case of overeating. I hope it's starting to make sense now when I explain it like that. It's a vicious cycle. Another example here. Let's say you eat a donut. Let's say you drink a pop. Your blood sugar then skyrockets. It gets high temporarily. You'll get a brief hit of energy and dopamine, which makes you feel all good inside. Then your pancreas releases insulin to manage the sudden large sugar load, and your blood sugar crashes. Now you're going to feel tired, you're going to feel irritable, hungry, depressed. So what do you reach for? Another hit of sugar. It's a vicious cycle. This cycle is not bad just for your weight. It's terrible for your mental state as well. It creates volatility in your emotions. You might start acting out, acting a little bit different, a little bit erratic. Mood swings, inability to focus, an addiction to quick, easy dopamine fixes, which these foods are. A person on this roller coaster of emotions lacks a stable and steady energy that's required for deep work, long-term planning, discipline. They are reactive, they are not proactive. Easily manipulated by your cravings. They are almost, you could say, a slave to the product. Now that we've gone over these three things, soy, artificial flavors, seed oils, excessive sugar consumption, processed foods, let's connect the dots. Life is shitty and stop together. Imagine the diet in the modern world. Vegan and impossible burger made with this continuously.
Oh my god, in 30 seconds? Wow. I did not expect to score that fast.
It's this meal Sorry, makes it bad with
Oh, 30 seconds, baby.
yeah, West Ham's Steve Williams starting information in your body makes you feel like crap. He has brain fog now. He has an irritable mood. And maybe even a couple hours of temporary depression. The sugar and the artificial flavors starts adding in the impulsive actions, low level energy, addiction to more sugars as well by tricking your taste buds. You have an inability to focus because you're thinking about food and that's hit so much. You've created a biological entity that is not only physically weak, but they're also mentally cloudy. They're also emotionally unstable, and they're also spiritually passive. The person does not have the vitality to build food. It does not have the mental clarity to see through propaganda. It does not have the emotional stability to stand firm under pressure. It does not have the will to resist the evil forces that attack us relentlessly and daily. This person will consume what it is told to us. Let's take this shot for the sake of
Okay.
trust me, don't think about your brain problem. No, that now, take Ozempic, destroy your kidneys. This person will just believe what it is told. This person will regurgitate the talking points that it's told. This person will approach you signal social gratitude. This person will watch quietly as the world is dismantled underneath you. It's the biggest weakness. And here's the thing, as we say all this, the truth of the matter is, this isn't necessarily a conspiracy that was made in the shadow. It just happened because of probabilities. The sick, weak, hostile,
Oh my god. That's crazy. I would have been mad.
This stuff's a lot cheaper. They want you to think it's food stamps. See, that's all cheap. It's substance. Artificial flavors that mimic flavors of other food that's good for you. It's hyper palatable like Doritos. They make it addictive on purpose. They want to make you a lifelong customer. Also, you won't become a lifelong customer of the pharmaceutical industry. They will be treating the symptoms of diabetes medication, antidepressants, statins, instant reflux pills. They are compliant workers who won't rock the boat or demand higher pay because they lack the energy to lack the confidence. Be slaved by the that you eat, and also you can be slaved by the pharmaceuticals because of the food that you eat. So endless entertainment and ultra processed food. And it's because people lack the vitality.
Bro.
This is basically as big
What? Oh, bro. That's a penalty. The VAR.
It's really rich. There is some good news. Remember all this movement movement was and it's that it's that simple. It's not easy. It's simple.
You did it third, bro.
That's it. Root in the ground, the air, span in the sea, food in the air, and eat it. It comes in a package with a long nutrition label filled with words you can't pronounce, even if it's broken and has
It's a ball. Oh, Andrew. I could have picked the ball up, but I didn't want too much of it.
Great-grandparents would recognize if they wouldn't, probably shouldn't be. You're forced to buy something packaged, read label. You see soybean oil, vegetable oil, whatever. You see soy frozen isolate, soy distillate. Sugar is one of the first three ingredients. It's a good ingredient. It's also a political act. to your own body to honor it. Within weeks of making this change, I promise you, you're going to feel the difference. The brain fog will lift, your energy will stabilize, your mood will improve, your physical strength will increase. You'll think more clearly than you ever have before. I don't drink, don't smoke anything, eat good, and I feel great. I'll have the vitality to not just see the world collapse, but to build a new life in its place. That's what we need.
That's a goal. Hey, bad, bro. Oh, Jabro. Oh, what's the W. W.
Challenge yourself. Ask me. Explore the grocery store. Hey, I've ever seen this video of this guy who I don't know. He's really only a part of my life whenever I watch a YouTube video. This guy, he genuinely wants me to be healthy. He wants America to be healthy. After this video, just try it. Just eat real food. That'll give you strength and clarity. Just try it for a day. Don't even stay a week, because that might be too much for you. And if it is, that's okay. Alright? Don't be a douchebag about it. Just try it for a day. Try it for 24 hours. Just try it and eat real food. And after that, try it for 48 hours. Try another day after that. Just take it one day at a time. Take it one meal at a time. Right? If you put your mind to it, you can do it. And I want you to. I seriously do.
When you fall to third, Norway.
Right?
Where's
I don't
Leicester?
have anything to sell you. I just want you to eat
No
real food.
way, bruh.
You know, it is tough.
They had 3 points going into that match.
It's still not even really talked about all the time. You know, if you talk about this with normal people, they'll assume you're kind of weird. You know, that's okay. I don't care about that. What I'm trying to emphasize is that people don't commonly do this. You'll notice when you start doing this, you'll start to notice just how major the problem is with fake food in the reality of it. Eat real food that you can easily make in your kitchen with everyday groceries. A good rule of thumb, too, by the way, from me, stick to the outside sections of the grocery store. The stuff in the middle tends to be bad. Not all of it, of course. You know, you've got your olive oils in there, but a lot of it is. Alright, guys, for the sake of a YouTube video, again, I definitely didn't dive deep into everything that is seriously wrong with our food system, but I wanted to provide this condensed version, the surface level video, just to open your eyes and plant the seed. No pun intended. If you're still interested, here's the book recommendations. I heavily recommend checking out the books Ultra Processed People and The Dorito Effect. It is genuinely mind-opening how fucked up our food is. They are seriously eye-opening books. So, alright guys, that's all for today. God bless you all and your families. Seriously. Love to see it. Here is to a fruitful, no pun intended, and charitable life. I want you to try and challenge yourself. Eat healthy. America first and always. God bless you all. Jimmy Talks out. What's up, guys? Welcome back to Jimmy Talks. I was having a conversation with a friend about mandatory service. It does not have to be in the military, by the way. But here is what I think about it. I think that the idea of a mandatory year of national service for every young American, to me, this wouldn't just be like a jobs program, kind of like, unfortunately, what the military is like. Without no shade, no hate on it, but I do think it's a necessary remedy as well for a deep sickness that's been going on in our nation of anti-Americanism. You know, our homeland has a crisis, and that crisis is purpose. And common bonds as well. That is also a huge problem that once made this country strong, and it's now deteriorating. Really, we become a collection of individuals. You know, it's all about me, which is a mind virus in and of itself. And that started to pop up around the 1960s and the 1970s with the boomer, hippie, liberalism stage. And now, fast forward to today, everyone is staring at screens and, you know, they're each in their own reality and they're forgetting what it means to be part of a collective, you know, like a group of people. A large extended family, one could say, and a nation. So mandatory service, like I said, not only military, but also in the civilian sector, is not about creating an army, but rather, in my vision, it's about building citizens and making each other a big extended family once again. So mandatory national service would be taking someone at their formative ages, like typically after high school, so 17, 18, 19. And it's when a lot of the people around this age are searching for themselves. They're searching for their place in the world. And this mandatory service year would give them a real, tangible stake in our country's future, as well as building national cohesion to become a part of the large extended national family, and to also serve the homeland while doing so, whether that is by military service, healthcare service, truck driving, farming, construction. It really doesn't matter. It is one of the most powerful investments I think the country could make. It would be very, very good for our strength, our unity as well, which is a direct antidote to what's been attacking us for a very long time. That is the cultural Marxism decay and the foreign influence that we see all over the place, all around us today. So, really, the primary, undeniable benefit of mandatory national service would be common national identity. I'm going to be blunt about this. Not all of Gen Z, but a lot right now are actively tearing each other apart, and they're being torn apart by outside facets in multiple different directions. So they're divided, and they're pitted against each other, and they're taught to see each other as representatives of groups and not as fellow Americans. This must change. I have a couple different ideas on how I'd run things in our country and to get these issues squared away, and this is one of them. So before you say something I've said in the past video already, just hear me out first. Anyways, 6 months to 1 year of service, it doesn't matter the length, the specifics about it. I haven't really came up with that. But anyways, this would change this anti-American cultural Marxism decay mindset incredibly so. It would take kids from a wealthy suburb, you know, across the country in a farming town, and then in a completely different part of the country, no matter where you are, an inner city neighborhood, and then you would mishmash them together, put them in the same boots, in the same uniform, and you would give them a shared mission to serve and build the homeland. You know, they would work towards the same goals that everyone can agree upon is a good idea, like rebuilding a bridge that's falling apart, for example, reinforcing a dam or a levee. This is very big in those southern states where swamps and all that are really big, and a lot of them need fixing. They are overdue for fixing. Restoring a national park. I think everybody can get behind restoring a national park, right? Or you even know working in the medical field, so you can take care of the elderly or the animals, right? They have to rely on each other and sweat together and succeed or fail together. It is kind of similar to the military, but it's not the military because that's not just it's not for everybody. But it would still bring that teamwork and camaraderie, right? So I think this shared hardship, camaraderie, mission, what have you, this shared purpose, it's the only thing that is enough to break down some of these artificial barriers that we have, that the corrupt elites with their globalist policies that only benefit themselves, the lobbyists, and a foreign country that everybody knows about, and have spent decades doing so. I think this would break those so that we can see who the real baddies are, you know? So it would create from the ground up this generation that looks across the dinner table and they see an American first and foremost before they see any other label. Our people must come first. Beyond the unity of this program, besides seeing everybody as Americans yet again, I think this would also instill, on the complete opposite end of the spectrum, has nothing to do with identity, it would instill some emotional toughness, duty, discipline, and even practical competence where you learn real life skills, both vocationally and also socially with your peers. You have a bunch of people from different backgrounds you'd be working with. And I think this as well, society has simply stopped teaching useful things, and instead we get useless curriculum in public schools, like critical race theory and other subversive ideologies. You know, the people before us raised a generation that is anti-American and getting too soft, and it shows. So my vision for a mandatory national service program would honestly change that. Young people get their hands dirty while building up our beautiful nation into something spectacular. People would be learning real, valuable skills that a country actually needs to function, all the while inheriting the American pioneering spirit that once took us across the country from manifest destiny, like how to repair critical infrastructure, how to manage forests and prevent wildfires, how to provide basic medical aid and assist communities after disaster, how to care for our elderly with dignity. They would be taught some very profound lessons, some values that they would never forget. Showing up on time in the right place with the right uniform, taking orders, being responsible for yourself as well as your teammates, and seeing a difficult task through to its end, no matter how tedious it is. I think this kind of hands-on work, it would build a resilient man or woman in a way a university degree in gender studies never could. That's a whole different topic about not everybody should be going to college. But anyways, I think this program would develop an actual real work ethic. It would also help with physical fitness. And most importantly, though, it would show that you earned respect for a nation that provides for them and the people who built it before them. For a nation that's, rightly so, concerned about emotional fragility, especially in Gen Z, the lack of usefulness in people and their skill sets, and also the collapse of the nuclear family, this program's the answer. It's a big problem facing Gen Z. I can say it myself because I'm in it. I think this would build stronger and more capable and more confident young men and women who are ready to be the next leaders of the communities and founders of strong and stable families in our beloved nation known as the United States. So at the end of the day, this program would be the simplest concept of them all. You're taught it when you were a kid. You should be, anyways. And that is giving back. Our nation, for all its flaws, provides its people with freedoms and opportunities that are on it that really found nowhere
Aston
else.
Villa away,
It
bro.
gives us security, infrastructure, and the inheritance of a culture and history worth preserving. Asking for a single year of service in return, in my opinion, is not a burden. It's the minimal sacrifice, one that's long forgotten as well, and it's a down payment on that inheritance. It's honestly a small price that pays massive dividends. It creates a more unified people. It makes them more resilient. It makes them more capable. It's a way for the youth of our nation to honor the sacrifices of those who came before them, like the pioneers, like the soldiers, the builders, and to contribute to that. And one day their children will contribute to that. I think this kind of program would rebuild the concept of just a citizen who enjoys their rights and to an active, participating citizen who is responsible for the health and future of the nation and their kids and their children. It's the most practical and patriotic policy we could enact to ensure our people and our unique way of life for generations to come stays alive. So that's what I think, real quickly in a nutshell, about mandatory service. I think it would be beautiful if it was carried out effectively. But like with anything the government touches, they kind of ruin it. So we need the right people in charge to make this program effective. All right, guys, that's all from me. America first. God bless your families. Jimmy Talks out. What's up, guys? Welcome back to Jimmy Talks. So I wanted to analyze the biggest force-on-force conflict we have ongoing right now, especially with the amount of resources like pictures, videos, and other open source intelligence sources we have on this war. And we're going to try to extrapolate it, and I'm going to put it in a condensed version so that we can do a quick learning lesson on it. Whether you're a Minuteman or prepared citizen, defender, whatever you want to call it, or just someone who's a war college enjoyer, then this is for you. So let's get into it. And first off, forget what you thought you knew about modern war. I am not that guy. I'm just saying this is very different, not better than you. This is just a very different war that we're seeing. So what I'm talking about is this would typically be stuff like the last 20 years of American warfare. This is an American-centric channel, after all, which was primarily counterinsurgency. While this holds valuable lessons, don't get me wrong, this Ukraine war is much different than that. It shows what happens when a less consolidated force, less organized, goes against a more organized force while using modern technology and a different environment, to be honest. It's in the Eastern Europe, so it's in Ukraine. Anyways, let's start off with the big one that everyone thinks of when they picture the Ukraine war, and that is drones. Of course, drones. They aren't just fancy toys anymore, like the Predator drones that were the size of a small airplane. It's not fancy stuff. Drones aren't just toys either. In fact, when people think of Ukraine, they are associating drones with kamikaze FPV drones when they think about it, and now they're really just game changers. Really, we're talking about cheap, mass-produced Chinese drones turned into deadly rockets, not just fancy military tech. Imagine a quadcopter made for kids dropping a grenade right into a trench, or a modified FPV drone flown by some guy with gaming experience smashing into a tank and taking it out. The sky is not just a home for airplanes and helicopters anymore. Drones are now a legitimate threat to behold in the airspace. Whether it's in friendly territory or not, some of these things go really far, and they have a really long signal. We're even seeing guys hook up fiber optic cables to drones so that jammers can't take them out because it's a wired connection. It's getting really scary. These drones are constantly hunting, and the psychological impact is just as big. Constant surveillance from above means cover and concealment are more critical than ever. You've got to be aware of it, you've got to use it, so you're able to defeat drones. Now, for the Minuteman, what I would recommend or say you should do is get comfortable with drones and learn how to fly them. You also need to know how to spot them. You can counter drones, but I think you should also learn how to use them. You know, don't just be out there without a drone. If they're being used against you, you should be using them because they are really powerful. They are a new thing in this war that both sides are using to incredibly great effect. Learn how to spot them, know what the audio cues are. The sound of one, you can kind of hear this buzzing above you. The noises a drone makes, right? Learn about the counter drone tactics as well. A lot of guys are using camo netting over their faces with regular drone cameras that they can still see through as camouflage because the human eye picks up on facial shapes. And if you're using camo netting and the camera can't see you, it's just all the more better it's going to help you. Now, you're probably thinking, well, what about thermal? For thermal drones, guys are taking umbrellas with camo netting and mylar, and this is blocking the thermal from the drone unit itself. Considering these are above you 99% of the time, this is how they're blocking thermals. We also see lots of soldiers using underground sewer systems to move around, or extremely well-covered trenches to block themselves from drones. Also, understand how to detect and jam common commercial drone frequencies like 2.4 gigahertz and 5.8 gigahertz. Guys are keeping signal detectors on their kit. You should as well. These are very much so used to detect a drone before it comes, before it's in striking range. Much of this is simple when you think about it, not solely just fancy electronic warfare jammers. But guys will also see that they always have their guns up and ready to fire during a movement whenever a signal detector spots one or you hear one. Because these drones are freaking dangerous. Big fishing nets are also being used to stop drones, and even heavy carpets are being draped over doorways and like a little room for a trench. Yeah, you get your trenches, you got a little side room. They're even putting them up in windows if they're in a big building to stop a lightweight drone from entering. Guys are also using shotguns with birdshot or number 4 buckshot to take out drones. We also have signal jammers, not just detectors. So this stuff for drones, it's not really optional anymore. Due to their mass proliferation, you should 1000% be expecting the same things to happen domestically too. It's all about finding or staying in cover quickly and early detection with these things. And it's still a relatively new phenomenon in combat to have kamikaze FPV drones banned at the squad level. Camouflage upkeep and thermal countermeasures are what you need to do besides moving fast and staying in cover. All right, now let's move on to tanks and armored vehicles. While the Minuteman most likely won't be driving one or even have access to one, let's just be real, just regular ass people. Outliers and different variables still apply here, so it's worth talking about regardless. But we've seen in past conflicts, especially World War One and Two, and even a bit in Desert Storm in the 1990s, how tanks were absolutely devastating and changed the landscape completely. They are still useful nowadays, but a lot of that has changed. Javelins, NLAWs, and again, FPV drones have made armor columns a little bit more vulnerable than they used to be in the past. Tanks are not kings of the battlefield anymore. We've seen piles of burned out tanks taken out by a squad with javelins or drones, both Russian and Ukraine. We're seeing T-90s with upgraded armor getting their turrets popped off by top attack munitions. When I say top attack munitions, think of drones. If you're rolling in anything armored, you can't just charge in anymore like you would in, say, World War II, where they kind of could do that. Of course they couldn't. There's always rockets and stuff like that, but it's different nowadays. That's what I'm trying to put out there. Okay. Sorry, I'm kind of retarded sometimes, and I rely on editing for my flusters. But anyways, you've got to be smart with the tanks and move in with a supporting infantry element. It's always been like that, but now it's more critical than ever. Tanks are being used as mobile artillery, one could say, where they are shooting from concealed positions and they're using coordinates that are called in by drones. The Russians have also been using MLRS, which is multiple launch rocket system vehicles, like the Tornado S, to launch precision rocket strikes from dozens of miles behind the front lines. That's also a thing that's different. The front lines is very variable. So it's real different. There really is no front line. You can still get rocket strike, you can still get drone strike, even if you're way behind what you think or perceive is the front lines. The Ukrainians are also using American Type Mars, which is they're hitting command posts, supply depots, and other valuable areas in rear areas. Again, it really is possible here in the States. Basically, it doesn't matter where you are. If you're in a trench and you're getting shot at, or you're being hurt, most odds get artillery. Anyways, back to things. Too many times in Ukraine videos when I see a tank or a armored vehicle that's completely overlooked, like I said, tanks, vehicles need engines. You can't just go and start grabbing headlines. They have to be used both offensively and defensively. They support the infantry. Tanks must move carefully. Must know how to stop. And we see these videos, these drones are kind of lining up where they go to strike the tank. Those tanks need in tanks in those sweet spots. Well, as long as you have everything like any kind of business, tanks are aiming for specific. Maybe not with javelins, team needs teams, soldiers, take out a tank or two, RPGs, recoil with single shot bullets in the 18. And then take bases, have access to the wisely, also tanks are a force multiplier as well as any other ability and firepower patterns. Skill engagements are different. As I stated at the beginning of the video, you can see this in the past with G1, Zeta, Slaughter City.
Oh my god, what a game. That was a great build up.
Mostly changed. We see small squads mostly conducting offensive small decentralized fire teams. We see most of them. They move quickly across LDAs or linear accurate and direct fire, which is hard to do. You also have the reintroduction of trench warfare, especially and artillery barrages. So trenches are back just like they were in World War I, but they have a big twist with the modern warfare. Small teams are moving carefully, calling in drone artillery strikes, and using drones as their scouting and recon tools. This isn't high-speed Rambo stuff. Sometimes it's really slow, and a lot of it involves basic infantry principles, discipline, navigation, communication, and so on. Marksmanship is still essential, same as it always was before it became wrong. But also, land navigation, manual map reading, and the ability to operate with a GPS comparable. Electronic warfare is huge, and you need to know how to coordinate systems. Assume your comms are managing. Every man must be able to lead, navigate, and think independently, especially when you have these small size units like rapid. Is also bringing most guys have this small thing with this convention. So we've seen this in the area. These guys are getting upkeep is daily. So one must also recognize that with massive electronic warfare going on, you need to know how to conduct combat, not only during the day, but also, although moving at night is difficult in parts of this way, it's just difficult due to minefields, drone threats being harder to see, just being harder to move around in general. Anyways, a lot of the Ukrainians. Cannon arm signals must also be used as radio communications. Sometimes needs to be used at airline to communicate or communications. Anyways, continuing on with more infantry stuff, scouts, spies, board observers. A lot of the times they have thermal suppressors. Boards and their intelligence gathers. A good sniper can lock down a whole entire area, pick off soldiers while light, and create some massive cycle. They can also be intelligence cover. Takes smooth work, a sniper can get effective. Not a sharpshooter in the group, you must trust me. They're
W hat-trick. Let's go.
Same concepts and still
Bola.
This is here because there's a major reality check for guys stateside.
Haha.
The average Ukrainian soldier is one of their gear is self-funded. Battlefield pickups or it's still hidden. This creates a very different living. Suppressors, for example, aren't nearly as common as it might be. Many soldiers are still using Soviet-era AK-74s, which often have poor threading or incompatible muzzle devices that don't match the suppressors. You mostly see suppressors on M4 pattern rifles that are used by the SFs, special forces, something like that, high-speed war killers. But even then, a lot of this warfare is static, which is we have trenches. So a lot of these guys are defending trenches and holding positions. So the urgency for a suppressor, a static position, is lower for your so spending on earlier stuff I mentioned, it's harder to get in the brain the same major problems. Maybe some guys make European sources are just limited in general, and they're expensive.
You still got the dub though. Still got the dub.
Same goes for robots. They are slightly special.
Pesky.
These are marksmen, snipers, as we said earlier, but are still true. Most guys have to prioritize other things, especially with all the cell phone you see. So that brings us to the real priorities. Guys are maxing out credit cards, most regularly, kind of like how we do here in the States. Guilty as charged. So they're spending their money on what actually keeps them alive, as well as Bitcoin. FX. What's next? Thankfully, IFACs are loaded to the gills because ASPAC, which is casualty evacuation, can be unreliable. Usually this guy in the truck, right, or he gets shot at or he sees some drones, he's going to turn around and stop the work he's using the truck, or maybe one guy who needs CASEVAC. So you might be cooked for a little bit. So we want an IFAC that's loaded the hell up. Guys are also buying reliable cold and wet weather gear and also good boots. Most importantly, good boots. You can have the best rifle in the world, but if your feet are destroyed, you are just ineffective. Guys, make sure you have a pair of boots. Make sure you have two of them. Two is one. One is none. So, another interesting note. Weapon-mounted lights aren't as widespread as you might expect. One big reason is the logistics and sourcing of CR123 batteries commonly used in
Some
Sherwires,
bullshit.
stuff like that. When they are used,
Could at
it's
least
not
give us
just
home
for head
fuel.
operations talking about weapon-mounted lights. Think about clearing a dark basement in a ruined building,
I would have
or
played
lighting the
wolves.
interior of a
Birmingham.
permanent train system. So even during the day, you'll still need a weapon-mounted light because they're still dark shit. Goes without saying, it's kind of common sense, but whatever. But when lights are used, the preference is increasingly for rechargeable models with USB ports. So they can be powered even with a power bank, not just batteries. So it's really practical, especially when logistics and supply routes can be lacking. Supply routes getting attacked by a drone swarm. That shit sucks. Now you don't have batteries. Hopefully your shit is rechargeable with a power bank. So, yeah, electronic warfare, now let's get into that one. With how far technology has progressed in humanity, it would be silly and a lack of foresight to not mention this one. The electromagnetic spectrum it's contested 24/7. A lot of the infantry stuff we see in Ukraine, like kamikaze drones and recon drones, signal jammers for radios, and open source intelligence, and encrypted messaging apps like Signal and Telegram, doesn't work without the unseen stuff, which is electronic warfare. Russian and Ukrainian electronic warfare, or I'm just going to say Ukrainian for short. These methods
4-2-3-1.
include communications, wireless, Starlink, GPS, jammers that help use comms, counter drones. Yes, you have to be ready to operate the line. Intel is everywhere. It used to stay during World War II, and this was that. The slips sink ships, and this concept still applies today. But now, you need to add a digital footprint. You've seen countless instances of soldiers posting a selfie, people who were able to triangulate that position using metadata and AI tools to find out where their units hunkered down at, and then they would just send drones at it until they're able to win. I've also seen guys doing their own facial recognition with their iPhones. This allows leading to them giving away their position, eventually not. But electronic warfare also
That's all.
satellites.
Cards. WS.
Commercial satellite imaging used by Maxar provides real-time battleground updates. Guys are using this, so you need to use it. Protect yourself from soon you'll always be watching.
That's a horrible card.
Vision, source codes, monitoring frequencies, social media, radio traffic. Even this
Okay. Oh my god, Kawa. Dawa.
screen issues. Assume all your comms are comms. Encrypted comms.
Gotta go.
Quietly talk to yourself. Mistake is everything. Be aware of everything technology that's very
Let's
useful
give it a shot.
on you.
Ah, don't tell me about this pro rival.
Moving on to logistics, which is the bread and butter for me.
This way.
side that can sustain the fight wins. Ammo, food, and fuel doesn't matter if you can't keep it. So caches, hidden spots, backup plans, decentralized supply networks, all that kind of stuff. Redundant routes are what keeps things in play. We are seeing this as a very big route creating supply routes. Commonly, we're at multiple points. We see supply and logistics being attacked by other forces. This isn't anything inherently new to Ukraine, but specific routes. It's that infantry itself, like we may not even need to attack supply. Shooting it themselves with their hands, sending up mines and positive drones. That's these routes. Everywhere he attacked seems to be the
I don't know how he missed that.
Again, drone warfare shines. Logistics and supply routes must be extremely well. That's not ammo, medical supplies, batteries, fuel, cache sites away from your main supply location. Practice resupply and progression. Man without food is dead.
The shirt is just really just hard, but it's not.
Above all this that I just mentioned, above the drones, gear, tactics, some warriors will be. These Ukrainian guys aren't holding on solely because of fancy gear or funding. They're holding on because they're fighting for their perceived beliefs. That fire within you is what keeps them in the fight when the drones doesn't get out. Shells are all over. Take what you want about Ukraine for them.
That's a good. Ooh.
I think the U.S. shouldn't even be involved, but that's besides the point. These guys do have some strong spirit in fighting for Russia. The siege of Mariupol is a great display here of warrior spirit. Was American anti-cultural Marxism, anti-wokeism, anti-United States of Israel, placing our faith in God and Jesus Christ. It's the same. It's faith, brotherhood, love.
I just realized this is a derby. I just realized that. This is the Birmingham battle. Back in the middle. Rocky. Oh, Rocky. Is that chosen? Oh, Abraham, bro. Oh, no. Oh, that's the start this part.
This video is a lot of decentralized, adaptive, resilient groups. Challenging much larger forces. Study these lessons and apply them to yourself. Bring them with purpose. Because preparedness is not just a hobby, it's your duty. It's all. Status quo. It's a WWE main special event. It's a WWE match. The outcome is always great as well. It doesn't really matter. It's already made up. It's a big game. To keep the public distracted, and it keeps them divided while the real business, including the nation, continues uninterrupted backstage. The entire political establishment, and both of its dominant figures, is a fraudulent, it's a corrupt, it's a
oh my God.
It's either third worldism or it's international Zionism or it's both. And typically it's really just both. It just falls under different flavors of bullshit. You know, you've got the Democrats who simply just want to end war for their borders.
I haven't got a shot on Fergie yet.
It says that black people are bad for existing in their own country and blame everything on stupid fake gay response. And they say we need communism. Well, they call it socialism, but there's no socialism. It's just communism to fix things, even though that's never worked. And then when they're conservative violence, then see them against mass migration when they proceed to even if they have the money. So,
Oh my God, Lima. Oh, what the?
that they can get cheap labor instead of paying American wages. So
Bro.
the same shit they've said like the Israel lobby goes to the Palestine, which these same people are the ones pushing mass migration
W time was.
anti-white agenda. Both of these parties do nothing at
Oh
all.
my God, no.
Both of them are really just
Oh,
apart.
no. Oh, you gotta save.
They only hurt themselves. This is the current state.
Oh my God, good break, cleans. Let's go, Kawa. Catching up.
mean, hell, we just seen Zionist, very simply the majority stakeholder on TikTok, who is a friend of Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin
Oh my God,
Netanyahu,
yes.
not only in the professional relationship, but
Okay.
also personal ones. These are the same people that are also looking at the
What
Eagle
the?
campaign, and they made a business deal with YouTube for $45 million,
Oh
which
man.
will Israel pro-war narratives.
Oh my God. Let's go, Red. 5 minutes? 5 minutes? Yeah.
They own certain notices.
We
And
gotta
that
get
Joe
this.
still
The
recently
Derby.
has also been seen in numerous podcasts running a public relations campaign for Israel, like the STEM podcast, a bunch of other things. Right?
Lima.
It's socialist.
Yes.
Then we also have agencies
Tim, why you
like
so
the
slow?
FBI,
Pass.
the CIA,
Oh,
ATF,
crappy.
NSA, and the DOJ who have been properly weaponized, really, against political dissidents and the American people.
Come on, we just.
They spy on citizens, they run entrapment operations, they collect the political while persecuting anyone who practices that. They are an unelected and unaccountable
Oh my God.
this is
Pass.
really dangerous.
I don't
The
know how the
press
ball's
is also
going.
mentioning big
What
time
was
because
that?
they are not just
Crappy.
neutral ones, but rather they are the
I would rather
propaganda
him just
of
hold it
the
and
unit.
pass.
They function as public relations for the regime by shaping the narrative and varying political
Oh
scandals
my
that
God,
America
no.
has pushed.
Oh my God, Lima.
They just
Lima's
exist
clutching up.
to manufacture consent over establishment
Okay,
policies
bro, they're
or
pressing like
ideologies.
crazy.
Then we
Oh
have
my
the
God, Bimbo.
government, which
Oh,
creates policies that
oh, he did a
fundamentally
little shorter.
strengthens and
Wait, what?
enforces the state and America's relations with threatened
Oh,
wars,
W.
military industrial complex, the large banks like
Hey,
Wells
say
Fargo, Chase,
less.
Bank of America, and many more to even this are
Waste much more
supposedly
time. Waste
everyone
it.
to pay
Waste
to
it.
fail.
Let's waste hella
And they
time.
operate with implicit
Oh my
government
God.
backing with
Let's
social
fucking go.
benefits, meaning you all take the hit,
We won the
all while
Derby.
privatizing their own
The
goods, meaning
Birmingham
them
Derby.
and other worldly elites and
We're the
other
better Birmingham team.
so this system
So,
is explicitly designed to keep the rich
man, I'm
rich
delighted.
and keep
What?
the poor poor. Don't get that twisted, by the way. It's some like we need to eat the
We
rich
got the dub.
kind of
That's all we needed to
because
get.
that falls under again this communism kind of rhetoric that they try to subtly push.
Bro, I hope they give us
Let me
wolves.
just get back to the
If they give
immigration
us
thing I mentioned
wolves,
earlier, real quick,
yeah.
which is the weapon that the
Oh
uniparty is
my God, we
using.
get
Everyone
Forrest?
just
We
comes
better
here
get
to
home.
take advantage of America.
When do we
We've
play
seen
them?
this openly in many immigrant communities where they commit
October
immigration fraud
29th.
just to
Okay.
come here. Then they get a bunch of free shit from the government
Wait, so
for
who
it,
did Wolves
while
get?
regular
They probably
people,
got
again,
Arsenal.
struggle. The people who
Oh,
actually
they haven't
live
even
here for
played
the
them
daily
tripping.
suck. Again, both Dems and
Oh,
Republicans are
Leicester
responsible
lost.
for this. Or just don't do anything at all about it. Or they openly advocate for it. Either way, they're just letting it happen. But not only that, these same people who are not even American also get into legitimate positions of power and change what goes on in our country. Ilhan Omar calls the people who built this country, who are white, evil and bad. Like, really, you can take their quotes and extrapolate them however you want to, but at the end of the day, it's really that simple. Like, dude, you're from fucking Somalia, and you show up here and start talking shit about the native stock that already lives here. Get the fuck out of here. This same woman who blames white people for everything also married a white guy. Really shocker how people who hate the whites the most always marry them. Anyways, so whether or not she even believes what she says, she is a hypocrite at best, and anti-American at some person at most. We also have Zoran Mamdani, however you say that. He was born in Canada, Indian parents whose never were democratic socialist really has some big. He is a direct import of anti-American ideology right now. This guy's says so as is simply being racist or sensitive. Subtle, hidden, communist propaganda. America, the racist nation. That word has lost all of its meaning.
Okay.
Newsflash. America had a black president that you never heard of. Black CEOs, Fortune 500 companies, yes, universities and permanent spaces and graduation certificates. Which, by the way, would be extremely illegal if it were for white people. Once we even started this country, these same communist freakazoids want to talk about equality and power. Really, it's all about just giving them control so they can punish their political. What? If you even dare to mention the same exact things they do to you and to them, you must have your life canceled. Like, listen, obviously, I will go over here on my channel. I don't work on Israel a lot. There's no legitimate reason for even the Jewish influence in America. It's obviously the main problem. That being said, liberals and Democrats also this issue must be addressed. It's not the issue that's the GOP is just as disgusting. It's like traitors frankly. Even say traitors are misled as people. I digress. We simply just need another political party that has class American. At least first, this GOP bullshit, which the elite, the ones in charge, it's simply, it's completely, it's Democrats and all of its
Ref, penalties. A free kick? Ain't no way. Oh my god. Did he miss? Who's the only one there? Nah. Ref. Mario. Oh my god. I don't know how did he miss that open. He was open his back post. Is he just like overshoot it? This party that I mentioned that we need to start should also stop getting these people to fund overseas wars and zero interest in America. The only policy is American wars. Happy. Isolationist or anything, because I do think empires need to survive, but only in a benevolent fashion. Supporting Israel's regime change wars in the Ukraine, Russia, wars does not benefit us. This party should have been better. Instead, all this money that we use needs to support this new party, which is obviously a far-right party, displays nationalism versus foreigners. The immigrants are getting kicked the fuck out. Oh yeah, coffee.
Last week. That word is lost all. Anyways, this mass immigration experiment is absolutely abominable. It's being pushed by.
Oh my god, Kai. Let's go.
Stop the offshoring American jobs. That's the difference. The import of these immigrants are anti-American. So once you do all this first, you do all this first, then it will be then the next video. It's going to be much more have to think holy shit. So making it these things that people, I guarantee you 95% of American citizens, Americans wearing civil defense, wearing our infrastructure, jobs like this, it's systemic.
My God, Kai with the double. Oh my God.
It's just the technology. Summarize all this American foreign policy. Yes, sees the Democratic Party as
That's crazy.
an enthusiastic vehicle for this systemic brain, and the Republican Party as a controlling division that presents while ensuring that this is actually the ultimate victory. The only solution is a complete rejection of the system. We need to be training this month in a genuine earnest of dismantling the deep state and ending the endless revenues. We need to secure the border. We need to do the interests of American citizens first time in generations. Systemic fraud is deep, but the will of the people who wins it is deep. If you enjoy my content on X and Rumble, in case YouTube decides to nuke me for being too pro-America, anyways, God bless both you and your families. Cherish your handy animals. And my opinion is always place America first and foremost. Always. For someone who's new and doesn't know how to start. Or if you've already been doing this for a while, then, it's a little refresher. So, I'll be real with you here. A lot of guides on this stuff, YouTube videos, will tell you to just pull out your credit card and start going insane without really explaining why you need to have this stuff. They'll push fancy gear on something that costs right away. Creating hypothetical and unlikely scenarios where you need to buy this product.
Oh, what a pass, bro. What a save from Kawa.
That's definitely not what we're going to be doing today. You'd be surprised at how easy it is to get into this. So you may be thinking now, well, what do I think? It's my credit card. I think this is a good idea.
Oh,
And this week's
his name is Kai Names. Yeah, I haven't seen even thing. Kind of thing.
the next unforeseen disaster. But we're securing victims of this stuff. Civil war, an EMP, whatever. It's honestly to say financial crisis. By this, I don't mean a government monetary policy crisis, although that is likely as well. I actually mean stuff like your car breaking down, or needing organ tires, or finding yourself in a bind. These things are much more likely than what I just mentioned earlier. I'm not saying those things aren't likely. This is much more likely than the average person encounter in their daily life. So the first step in prepping, in my opinion, is actually to have your finances. Think more likely to encounter a random expensive bill, or even something like that. That's rather than something that honestly I make videos on. Tactical stuff, SHTF, and hey, guilty as charged, I'll admit tactical shit, shit. It's kind of my autistic interest. Anyways, yeah, you should be paying off your bad debt as soon as possible. Stuff like student loans is a little bit more forgivable, or mortgages, just because, it's a much bigger. But if you have credit cards that are charging you 25% APRs, insane payday loans, my guy, you need to pay that shit off ASAP. And here's a quote that I actually really like a lot. Pay what you can afford, not what you're comfortable. These words actually come from a good YouTube channel that I watch, Video Development, and his name is Bizback. Great guy, does old pod commentaries just like me. Check out his channel if you're into personal finance content. But anyways, get your high interest debt first out of the way. Credit cards, payday loans, anything that has ridiculous interest rates. And here's the thing, you're more likely to encounter these sorts of financial emergencies in your daily life than most of the other stuff people prep for. So this is your first line of defense. No amount of stored food matters if the bank is foreclosing on your house. A financial collapse is actually a likely trigger for broader societal issues down the line. So next, get yourself a 2 or 3 months worth of savings, even more if that's what you want. Put that in a high yield savings account so it builds some interest. Or keep it in cash just in case an electronic system goes down and you can't access your online bank account or your debit card doesn't work during an ATM rush. We've even seen this with the Canadian trucker protest in Toronto. 2021, people had their bank accounts frozen. It also is for like political stuff. They will try to debank you. It's happened to Nick Fuentes as well. Having some cash, Bitcoin, stuff like that. Honestly, it's your call. You keep the cash if you want, or keep it in a high yield savings account. It'll make money for you. So pay off your bad debt before you even do this. You're much more on the right track for prepping. I don't want to stay on money for too long, but this is probably the most important way to start. This is rather unspoken of in the prepping space too, but I do think this is the best way to prep as a beginner or anyone for that matter, and it's honestly way more likely to happen to you. I have to keep harping on that point. You could even take it a step further and get some Bitcoin on a cold wallet and start buying gold and silver.
Everybody was fucking league the place 5 in the back. 4-2-3-1.
View these not as investments to get rich, but as savings outside the traditional, fragile financial system. However, don't FOMO and fear of missing out. You just buy it because
that's a goal.
Read about it, never buy something. So you should be doing that with any investment. That was some investment. A Roth IRA, but anyways, getting slightly off topic. You want a nice thing, absolutely must have it. See it every time you go grocery shopping. And food. Even better if you can grow. But honestly, the majority of people don't even grow a canner, and, well, it's rather time consuming. The pro with canning is that you can make all the food you like, and can. So you already know you'll enjoy what's in the can because you made it yourself. Ready to eat. It allows you to also reserve anything you have in your garden, or bulk meat purchases, sales at the grocery store, and that provides true food sovereignty. The downside is that the startup costs can set you back. It's a learning curve, and
However,
it's still a really good skill. Now, if you don't want to do any canning, just buy the stuff from the grocery store. Canned food sits for a very long time, and a bit longer than even what the expiration date says. So, you go to get canned food, you should focus on calorie-dense, nutritious foods you already eat. Think of stuff like canned meats, like tuna, chicken, or even spam. Vegetables, beans, fruits, and soups. I'm big on soups because it's already ready. Just eat it. So, don't forget comfort foods as well, peanut butter, honey, and coffee. And also, the classic cheap prepper food is rice and beans. Even better if you can store them properly in a sealed container where it's vacuum sealed so that they don't go bad or get nasty. So, when you do all this, you should do something called the deep pantry method. Simply buy a few extra cans of liquid refined production. Buy 2 cans of 2 to 5 pounds. You rotate them in foods usually almost one person. And one last thing to remember, don't buy something you've never tried yet as a whole. Buy 1 can per person. See if you like it. If you don't, hold it to
Yellow.
Can't get MREs because none of these ones taste like shit. They make it concentrated. They do sit for a while. These orange, absolutely so. It's not freeze dried food. It's far a little bit more expensive. It's only eat for even eat that. It's like a meat. These are options as well. Obviously, you can't do this. Also successful. Now, obviously, depending on where you live, storing water can be a pain. Not everybody can keep 55-gallon drums of water in a household or apartment, even more so if you live in a city and not so. So each where you're living, if that's the case, then just recommend some water. We will walk in that sort of since it's reaching. You also have to deal with the fact that it's like requested water. Everything has way requests. Much rather have no water than so, but if you can, in this case, find that it's appropriate custom size as well. Just remember, you can only go 3 days without so it's really it's based on something it's for the most budget minded might be working on the league. And hey, you know what? No judgment for me because I don't know your situation. Maybe something unfortunate happened with you. If you want to start out immediately, start by building up the soda bottles, food makers, juice jugs, or drink bottles, as well as tap waters. Disregard the stuff about you're going to need water. And if you're this desperate or broke, let's live in Michigan. Anyways, speaking of Michigan, systems or water, right? Or you can go Sawyer systems. That's it. Don't forget water purification tablets. A good way to filter water. Actually, save oil. So it's necessary for water. Alright, now next will be basic hand tools. Get a carpenter rig for pretty cheap. If you're pressed for cash, you don't have anything to offer. If you want to spend more, that's your prerogative. I got a whole people on tools quite some time ago, so I'm just stuck in that ecosystem of tools. All I want to say that a lot of use cardio and most of that tools. Most got an SW hammer, quality hammer, some other stuff. You get what you pay for. But if you just need some tools that aren't using work or anything like that, it's just house stuff. Some cheap carpentry stuff. Also, bits and candles and power banks. These aren't tools for staying. How do you get into the second? Basic hand tools, some screwdrivers, flatheads, wrenches, pliers, solid hammer, a saw, for maintenance and repair, bits and nails, screws, tape, super glue, zip ties, paracord, and a sewing kit. And, learning basic repair skills for your home, car, and gear is extremely helpful. The ability to fix things along the way is disposable prep. Next, the beginner prepper is basic self-defense. You have absolutely no guns at all. Probably very school.
That's fun.
Pistol first and foremost, nothing at all, because it has accomplished daily here and all defense. You can do So, training is going to be more important. Take a basic pistol safety. Practice regularly. Ammo is also a critical practice. Store at least 500 to 1,000 pounds of resources reserve. There's a caveat here. Be one of those guys who drops his full check non-stop on totally fine ammo that has absolutely zero other preps to it. Any bullets to launch. I mean, if you can't though, get regular training with the assaults. The rest of us will prep see that we need that jiggles.
Got the sword, man. I only got the sword, second one.
While guns and tacticianship is genuine. It's dangerous. It should be noted that if you're starting from ground zero, you're not effectively essential. As I said earlier, you have a pallet of 5x6 completely made, but you can't eat it. Anyways, last thing I'll say is this. Next national reach, 5x6 today. I recommend this because this subsection is called self-defense. It's just more ideal than a shotgun per se. But a 12-gauge shotgun is definitely sufficient skill, and it doubles the link to slugs, birdshot, buckshot, 12 barrel slugs, and short. So, 12-gauge may be a better one, but solely for self-defense, 5.56 makes more sense than that. Anyways, enough of that. Moving on to the action section. So, it's going to be touching on the knife hack. You want to get already made for you. These are individual first aid kits. They're designed typically for trauma.
Bro, gotta get this ball back. Oh my god.
It should contain tourniquets and specifically your
Got the sword. Stop. They're running the relegation too, bro. Like, hey. Damn, I struggled, bro. Pissed the fuck out.
Pressure bandages, like Israeli bandages, or just regular 5x9s. Nitrile gloves, shears, Sharpie, and tape. Now, that's the big deal thing. Here's the thing that a lot of people skip out on, and it's honestly just as important. A boo-boo kit. It's for everyday minor things, like a Band-Aid. It's a little antiseptic wipe, and antibiotic ointment. Moleskin for those horrible, horrible sores you get on the back of your foot. Moleskin, ibuprofen, acetaminophen, anti-diarrhea stuff, antihistamines for allergic reactions, that kind of basic stuff. Now, again, medical isn't as cool and sexy as a bunch of guns, but again, it's just as important. It's just like water. Nobody really wants to learn about water and how to filter it because it's just not cool. But back to medical stuff. You need to take a training class. If you don't, I guess you'll be okay, but at least, try to friend or something like that on yourself. Anyways, I'd recommend taking a stop and believe course. Not that expensive. Located over. It's a formal training to be able to actually get paid from. Knowing how and when to apply to correctly is credential supports medical skills and crisis. And after that, basic first aid or CPR course. You might even want to take this one first. It's really just up to you. Take one of these classes. These are going to typically be offered by the Red Cross or any other place.
For the ball from Karapi. I think that's so cool, but yeah.
guys who made mistakes with cardiac arrest is frequently compressions, deep finish shots. It's typically found that symptoms of the cardiac arrest, nighttime EMS, the family is already a once-a-year person, it's a clinical person or whatever, and started compressions immediately. That person has a much astronomically higher chance of survival. Now, I'm going to go on a bit of a tangent, but they may live, but what's the quality of life? So it's a total vegetable, they are alive. It's not. Anyways, just if you consider Brazilian or CPR, that's all. So, at the end of this video, it's all personal consideration. I'm kind of throwing a lot at you. It's simple. I have a lot at you. So, we need to start small. It's like, we all have good little thing. Just do consistent, small additions. This needs a one-time budget-breaking shooting screen.
What a goal. That's the how? That's crazy.
Resource for your shelter. Next thing to consider this is
Wow.
not only in the medical sense of vigilance, it's you can't do all this stuff. We need to develop relationships with individuals.
That's crazy.
Security, skill sharing, and mutual support that an individual they say it takes a village to raise a kid. It's the same thing. You can't do all this stuff. Fitness.
You gotta be kidding me, bro. You gotta be kidding. I don't want to look at that. Ref, the penalty. Oh, man, I don't even know who's taking the penalties. Yeah, that's crap, you know? Okay. Let's go. That double. Say what you want about me. Everybody knows that. It's the strangest things.
Lord Zinn was also the first person to get arrested for the Zinn was suspended for days after the incident.
Oh my God, who's it? Let's go.
In 2009, random mascot to be involved in all of this. Do not check George Zinn's early life either. It's always a nonsense. Speaking of that, why did Charlie Kirk think Israel was a killer?
W counterattack?
As I approach any sort of situation, we need to investigate by removing all personal bias. And when I do this, I can be objective. But why did these texts have Charlie Kirk saying that he needs to leave the pro Israel? Again, makes sense here, but it's quite suspicious that it's not here first. The city needed to make the pro Israel to stay, so he didn't want to stay. Then 2 days later, was pro-Zionist and Israel had the scene again. And Jewish donors, they have a lot of explaining to do, because Jewish donors have been the number one funding mechanism of radical, open, or neoliberal, quasi-Marxist policy, cultural institutions, and non-profits. It's techniques created by secular Jews. And now it's coming for Jews, and they're like, what on earth happened? And it's not just politics. It's college politics. Time for you guys to wake up and say, no more pro-Zionist anti-security thinking. I'm not solely saying Israel did it when I say this either. It's just a lot of very convenient circumstantial evidence to gather when we look at this objectively. And it would lead to the assertion that for anyone to reasonably believe that Mossad or Israel did this. No matter who you think killed Charlie Kirk, you have to admit it's weird how much more info keeps coming out of the Israel did it crowd. Then we have the thing that Charlie's neck stopped a 30-06 round. Anyone who shot this round at deer know that it creates a massive exit wound. Can't we get more in-depth looks at this evidence from the autopsy report? I believe that the autopsy is sealed right now due to the investigation into all of this, but I think it would also be good optics to release this info to ease public pressure and also to display, like from the FBI's perspective, hey, see, here's the evidence, there's nothing suspicious about that. Instead, it's bringing it to radio status. Then we also see the hand signal. Now, this could be personally, I think it's teeter tottering on the edge of it being in a trouble. But I will be honest, I should back that up. It's just my gut feeling. But nonetheless, it is bad. Evidence. Next, we have Eric and Mark. Now, genuinely not going to go on and tell people this not good. The only thing I will say is that Charlie's strange. It's very insane. It didn't seem like the same evidence. It wasn't. It seems like it's big. Parts of people believe that is true. At least now it's the whole it's kind of what I regardless. Yeah, it's just so yeah, I'll leave that there. And I will let everyone draw their conclusions. The fact of the matter is, it's not so clear evidence from official sources that we did this. I mean, if you don't believe the official narrative, I guess, everyone is pretty certain Israel did it. And no one believes our institutions, and all trust in the back of this. situation. We need to audit the FBI and fix this shit. They didn't even find him for crying out loud, according to the FBI. The guy's dead. Why is the FBI this useless? The American Federal Bureau of Investigation puts me the best this type of focus on regulation is impressive. Our institutions are riddled with corrupt, un-American people in our country. We also need to seriously examine again moving microscope analysis. If this would permit, why do we have a foreign country conducting political assassinations inside our borders? Again, if they did it, wouldn't any other country doing this be considered an act of war? Why isn't this what we're going to keep monitoring this, but none of this makes sense at all. In my opinion, it makes sense to be consistent. It makes sense. That is, unfortunately, this is what they're doing. I say unfortunately because it's just a shame that it's happened to us. And, it's also a shame because you have people who got red pilled 5 minutes ago. They think Israel is the cause behind everything. I'm not here to even push utter. I'm just saying it needs to be more stupid. They might not be negative into everything. It's from that. But anyways, I do think that one actually does make more sense.
Oh my. Oh. Easy. What? Oh my God. That was. Look at that. Look at that. Oh. Uzan. 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 Golazo.
But anyways, guys, just wanted to shed some light on the situation, and really that's the end of the video. God bless you and families. America first. We need to keep looking at this situation. Scrutinize it. So guys, welcome back to Jimmy's episode. Just wanted to get this video out there. This is going to be kind of like a briefing. Average chatting, please sliding in footage. So they hear the main things that you pay attention to. That is not shooting, sense of behavior, attention to detail, stuff like that. That is what I really want to target this video today. So we're going to take a look at some of that. Let's get into it. So this is from the Milwaukee Police Department. This is their briefing on it. Videos. I'm going to try to record some videos and stuff like that happening. So we're going to skip past all of that. So
into the present.
So right here, we already see it's dark outside. NTC, that matters here. Depends on what you're doing, on how you'll approach things. So it's dark outside. We're in Milwaukee, high crime city. It's a little bit of a threat level, especially considering the guy's profession and all that. So again, it all depends on the situation.
Oh my. What a fucking ass from Uzi, bro. If we could somehow buy him, I don't know how we're gonna buy him. 155 M's is gonna be crazy. But yeah, that's crazy.
It's a bit, this looks like a big danger area that is really close to each other. This is the house.
Oh my God. What a dribble.
So the reason he does that is he wants this guy to go in first. He doesn't know who's surrounding. He doesn't know this house. He doesn't know who's here. He doesn't know who's inside. He doesn't know who this guy is, what his intentions is. So that's why he sends him back. His back's he's exposed. He's vulnerable. Your eyes are right in front of your skull, of course. You can't see behind you. So that's why he's telling him, hey, you go in first. also why he says you go in first, because had the officer not turned around and looked at this guy going into a dark room by himself, the officer, I mean, he's already got a weapon in his hand. This is also something that we need to take account for. Anything can be used as a weapon, not just a gun, not just a knife, not just a baseball bat, things you would think of as weapons. This is brake pads, or a brake rotor specifically, as we can see, it's already pointed out right here. But this heavy metal thing can be used as a weapon. You can use a pen as a weapon. I can use a desk fan as a weapon. It's just a piece of plastic. You can really use anything as a weapon. So, pay attention to your surroundings, stuff like that. Attention to detail is key. If you don't pay attention to detail, you're going to die. Straight up. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. Again, take note, this is dark. It looks bright in the video, of course, because the officer has a flashlight in his hand. This is a dark room, and he's by himself, and there's no light. Have some light. Visibility is very important. That's why the officer has his flashlight out, but this guy's bringing him into a dark room, and it's like, yeah, no, you go first. Now he's got something heavy and metal in his hand. Alarm bells are already ringing off, right? If your instincts tell you something is fucking weird, then something is fucking weird. Pay attention to your instincts. These things matter. Don't ignore them, okay? Hundreds of years of ancestors surviving, doing all these crazy war shit, the knights, the samurai, wherever you come from, okay? It doesn't really matter. Hundreds and hundreds of years of people fighting in wars, you kind of got that ingrained in your psyche, whether you know it or not. So if something feels off to you, it's human behavior. Pay attention to that shit. Listen to your instincts. They matter a lot. Don't ignore that crucial stuff. What's that for? Oh, no. Now we see the officer's like, what is that thing in your hand for? Now, if somebody's acting all weird, they're close to you, again, MedTC matters, what your profession is, what you're doing, X, Y, and Z, this, that, and the other. But, sometimes just calling out the behavior itself in front of you is something you should do. Say, hey, what is that in your hand? What are you doing with that? They might throw somebody off. They might second guess themselves. It'll also give you more tells about their behavior, as we can see. Again, this is weird. He's like, I called you here for somebody else. This guy. I called you here for somebody else. I'm going to lean and reach over and push this door open. I'm not going to go inside. This room's pitch black and there's stuff all over the place. It's very cluttered. This guy's acting very strange. You have to pay attention to those little micro behaviors that people display. You see how he opens the door, like I just said, he leaned into it, opened it, and he stepped back. Cluttered room, it's dark. Why are you acting like this? You need to pay attention to people's body behavior and what they're doing. Because what they're doing will tell you more than what they just say. Where's their bed at? It's in there. Well, why don't you go in there? You live here. Then he just throws his hands up. Pay attention to that kind of stuff. This guy's acting crazy. Yeah. You notice the guy, the officer, he says, hey, turn the lights on, man. This is weird. Again, he tells him, you go first, okay? You live here. Why do you want me to go in first and have my back exposed to you when you're acting all weird? Classic little diversion tactic. This guy is thinking of something in his head on the fly. He opens the door. This is her room. Actually, the person I called 911 for, she's right here. Okay, why are you acting like that? Had many times in EMS people act like this, and I'll call for backup. Hey, do you have a code for PE to get here? She's right here. Really? Again, pay attention to this guy. He called 911 for this person on the couch. He's walking up to the officer. He's just looking around. He's acting weird. He's not saying what's going on. Hey, she's right here. I need you to help me with this. I need you to do that for me right now. He's being awfully quiet. You go in first. Dark room, looking around after. You can see he was shifting around. It's acting weird. Pay attention to this. I just need to ask him if she's asleep. Just to ensure we're asleep. He's saying, hey, I last night. She has her units. I said, yeah, it's early. They tell you this stuff. Dispatcher will stay on the phone. Tell you what to do to make it easier for first responders to get to you. So, again, my behavior matters. Take note of these weird excuses. Why is she like that? Just, hey, did you call me? Yeah, that's what he made. Are you? Details. Why is this person laying on the couch? Hasn't moved at all since the stranger, which is not payments purpose. Why did she have to pay attention to details? She said she's dead. No. Obviously, it's just it's Watch his hands. He was saying, I was going to do this with the heavy. He pulls his hands. He's probably just actually his hands. She's still being paid attention to this. Again, you know, I'm just going to by himself, but I'm not going to say, hey, let's go. This is in a blue city. You know, they completely do that. We want to be percentages. Do your job. Shut up. Anyways, that's shouldn't be by yourself in situations like this. Mark wants to so right thing here. We start to do this stuff. Hindsight's 2020 and we're watching it again. See, okay, you're going to find your back. This guy's still moving around slowly. This gives Steve this guy got still lost. Still got all this vision around this room. Eyes looking around, his hands are still moving around. You think, see this light? People could have wanted to take option. This incident, really, think about this. Let's say you get do you rather have 20 of your boys versus one guy, or would you rather do one? You obviously, from a straight winning standpoint, 20 makes more sense. Swims in himself and get shot. He is mentioning it with why are you what you why are you what you gotta pay attention to the body language that he just kind of said. I don't want to get shot. Why would you assume you're going to get shot? His body language shows the long time. Something weird. Big piece of metal. Hit your head. They can kill you right there. No, I don't know what 17 means, but in my time in EMS, I'm assuming this means stepping up. Like, hey, your lights, alright, response. I need my back. That's why I'm big on the Minuteman Dispatch Center for SHTF. Even in just right inclement weather, leading to the Midwest side. I think communications with everyone is very important. This may not work so well, so it may not work so well.
Yeah. Bro. Bro, that cut.
Makes me nervous here is that he's got handcuffs in one
No
hand.
way.
Taser in the other hand. See that? There's a laser right there. So it's just you need to have both in your hands to prioritize things. So the other thing he does, he tells them to get on the ground because this is again part of scene control. This guy would be a lot harder to manage if he decided to act erratic, which he is. While he's standing up, he can just turn around and run at you. If you get him on the ground first, it's part of scene control. The guy's going to be harder to get up and attack you if he's on the ground.
Sir, on your stomach. You're doing too much. No, you're gonna get
Take note of how the officer's talking to him. Get on your stomach. Okay, you're going to get tased. Sometimes you got to throw out the man voice to let people know that you're serious.
Put your hands behind your back. Now. Hands behind your back. Behind your back. Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
Attention to detail. Anything can be a weapon.
Put your hand behind your back. Your other hand behind your back. Put your hand behind your back. Your other hand.
Now, this is the thing with tasers. Maybe he should have tased him here. Again, hindsight's 2020. I'm not going to tell this guy he sucks. I'm not a cop. Never had been. And again, hindsight's 2020. But right here, we can see he's already got the taser out with one hand, and it's good. He's trying to just match levels of force here. This guy hasn't done anything to warrant a gun being pulled out yet, you could argue, but he is kind of fighting the handcuffs, so that's why he has the taser out. And also, tasers aren't the end-all be-all. Why don't you just taser him, bro? These things shoot out little pellets that have to make skin. This shirt that this guy's wearing is it tries to be better here. The skin showing right here. But yeah, tasers don't always work. Fast forward in from up here, you can tell you can't see anything. So these would show up. Let's see here. Let's take had to kick out one door.
It's a crappy.
Typically, it's supposed to be the biggest part. He kicks right here. Probably just taking right on the door. You can see that. We're in this spot right here where this is all small. We just heard a couple gunshots go off. Whether they're friendly or not, bullets don't discriminate. So this is a very tense situation. James Harden door. We also see the full shot pictures as well. And those guys there, I would say again, we broke the right now. Shots. Minutes. Obviously, he's got it. He installs communication. Let's just say you play Rainbow Six or really any other tactical game. I want to let you know this is that they know as well. So I agree with communication is really important. This guy's already been shot at 6 to get obviously he's got to separate the weapon. So you can't just
Boy, Bauer.
Bro,
He's both Mavic. Dang.
Detail is paying attention to. Attention to detail, very critical. Letting everybody else know what's going on, very critical. Being by yourself as well. This video, guys, is helping you today. First. Recently, I quoted his now reached $4,000 max, and to also address the
What?
if $1 take in value 96%,
That's some BS, bro.
Eventually went to constant inflation, as well as the dollar becoming much weaker over time. Alright, so let's go back to the colonial times. Before the U.S. Revolutionary War took place, back in the colonial times, so from around the 1600s to 1776 during the Revolutionary War, it wasn't important the same currency. Colonies used whatever they could. Even rare seashells as money, plus coins from other countries like Spain and Britain. They also printed their own paper dollars, which were not solely just pieces of paper, but they were backed by things like land or taxes, which people would pay back later. These paper notes often printed too much by governments like the Massachusetts Colony and by people who were just deemed trustworthy by the colonial government to issue them, got out of hand, and was also a way to pay by person. That caused prices to shoot up. The British Empire tried to crack down on this influence to limit this, while also raising taxes, which, in a word, just pissed their whole stuff and revolution. Now, fast forward to the Revolutionary
How
War,
did we
and
shoot
shortly
that
after,
hard?
after independence from the British,
Right full of the gold.
made by the Second Continental Congress, which was essentially just Congress, all of the states that were around 13 colonies. And to put it bluntly,
Bro, you gotta be kidding me, bro.
Which was an astonishing amount of caveat was that at back by 1781, this money was just basically it was down to 1/1000 its value. That whole disaster basically made them now super wary of paper money not tied to something solid, which is what we know today as fiat currency. The Constitution then came around and fixed some of the reckless money printing that we had before. They gave Congress the power to make coins and set their value, and it banned individual states from printing paper money on their loans or using anything but gold and silver as legal tender. The Coinage Act in 1792 suddenly system using both gold and silver, where a dollar was defined as a specific amount of silver or gold, and a fixed ratio between them. It specified the production of gold coins, such as eagles, half eagles, quarter eagles, then silver coins of dollars, half dollars, quarters, dimes, nickels, and pennies and pounds. This then led to the creation of
That's how you win a game.
these coins.
That boy Gawa, I thought he was outside. I don't know how that was outside, but hey, I'll take it. W, get that W.
Vision the early 1800s, like I said, right after the World War. The first bank the U.S. ran was in late 1700s, early 1800s, and handled government.
Oh my god, I know which one. See, bro, you gotta be kidding me, bro.
But farmers and pretty much everyone really disliked it a lot.
You gonna drop point?
Not affording anything, and also kept them in debt. So they thought it favored the rich and other people in charge, and this eventually led to it being shut down, basically. The War of 1812 led to the Second Bank of the U.S. from 1816 to 1836. But Andrew Jackson ended that one, calling it a monopoly. Andrew Jackson ended the Second Bank of the U.S. because he believed it concentrated too much power in the hands of a few wealthy private citizens and foreign investors, that it was a corrupt institution that served the elite, and was also unconstitutional and dangerous to the people who are already in a fragile state from the revolution. Kind of sounds similar today, with all the foreign investments and rich people being the only ones that are being served. But I digress. So this then started what is known as the free banking era, where state banks issued their own currencies. Again, this ended up the same exact way that it happened before during the colonial times in the colonies, with lots of fraud, bank failures, and panics in the public leading to bank runs, which means that people were going to the bank and withdrawing all their money so the bank didn't have any, because banks printed more than they could back up. You will see throughout history that this is the reoccurring theme here. Now, fast forward to the Civil War, which, to no surprise, changed everything again. The Union, or the North, wanted to pay for the war, so the North issued currency notes in 1868, which was $50 million in paper notes, which was back to pay anything. Prices jumped up immediately, of course, a sharp 80% across the board in just 1 year in the North, and the South's money became necessary. So not only did they pay for the war, also because they printed way too much money that was not backed up with silver.
That's old.
Let's fast forward again to after the Civil War. After the Civil War, the government got together and decided they were tired of all this madness, endless bullshit money printing by various states, which really started all the way back in the colonial era. So they created the reception act, which now made all U.S. dollars, greenbacks, backed in sand. In 1879, people were now able to trade paper for gold at the old rate of $20 an ounce. That cost price is much. People saved in stocks. People saved or gave away loans, things, goods,
Oh my god, Rafi. Oh.
I can sell one squat for $1. Well, now I have to sell two for $5. That's pretty much what it was. This led to the people carrying debt to push for more silver money to pump up the supply of currency and rotation, because we simply just didn't have enough gold. And to make debts easier to pay. That was a big threat in the 1890s. Eventually, it was the fast forward to the
No. Oh my.
This was solidified the U.S. was slowly on hold and prices apparently moved. It may even fell for a bit because the money supply couldn't grow faster than the gold reserves. But this system was a bit too stiff, and it couldn't handle moves that also couldn't handle loss of blood. Panics kept happening due to monetary issues like not having enough money due to there just not being enough gold around in their portfolios, and mega corporations were hoarding all the physical supply of dollars. In 1907, there was basically a really big crash. Some banks and businesses made commitments, kind of like if you traded all your money on investment, and that investment just hits the numbers. People got scared, they started pulling their money out of the banks all at once. So the banks that have them cash, and they were scared. That's when the American company made he was the one who had all the money, and he was able to give it to everyone else. That's how much this guy had. He used his own money, and he even got other rich guys to pitch in to lend cash to the banks. During the bank runs, no one would want cash, which kept the banks from collapsing. And it worked, but it was scary because a small group of people had to save the whole entire system.
Oh my God.
That showed that we needed something better than being too talks about bank. Unfortunately, central bank. People started to say we need a central bank to manage this. It sounds reasonable, but this is what makes what we have today. This is where it all starts to get hairy, and it shows how truly history repeats itself. Or rather, it doesn't repeat itself, but rhymes. So, let's fast forward to 1910.
Oh my God, Karapi.
Politicians, well, they seem competing on things called Czechoslovakia, most of Georgia. So it's not just a normal business thing. It was more like a clandestine operation. They didn't want anyone to get there, so these guys all used fake names and they traveled in private trainers. The main brain behind all this, so to speak, was a politician named Senator Nelson Alford. He was in good standing with the big banks and super rich corporation owners. He brought along extremely rich foreigners like Paul Ward, who was a banker from Europe who knew how central banks worked, and higher ups from J.P. Morgan's company, the really rich guy who bailed out the whole entire country, as well as other companies from banks. Or just random people, this was nothing. These were the people that controlled a huge chunk of their country's life, like the 1% of the 1%. So maybe thinking to yourself, why would they need some secret agreements? Because they knew that regular people, farmers, workers, small business owners, really everyone that just wasn't them would lose money and faith in the system. They found out a bunch of Wall Street rich guys were designing trust banks after all the panic rate runs, shortages of dollars, and the idea of a central bank sounded like digging a big hole too much. So these guys weren't elected officials, they were just rich guys on banks. It's another misconception. So these guys had private bank transfers were announced by J.P. Morgan and were again, these are unelected people. They worked on a system where a central bank would control the money supply. They could lend money to banks that were in trouble and try to make a plan for making things more safe. But the shady part about this is that, again, the plan was meant to benefit the big banks and the Federal Reserve would be a mix of public and private control, with the bankers having the biggest say in how it ran. Again, unelected officials. 12 regional Fed banks would be owned by private banks and not the government, and those banks would pick some of the leaders. To put it in an easier to understand way, it was like letting the popular kids in school decide the rules for everyone else. It's not fair. It wasn't fair at all to everyone else to have the bankers decide the rules. It only benefited themselves. They called it the Aldrich Plan, but we got out people were angry and pissed off about it. Rightfully so, saying it was a scheme to have bankers control the I don't think they were wrong. Aldrich was a Republican, and his plans got shot down by the others because it's
Oh my God, I gotta finish.
this
Still playing?
so they basically just agreed with the first middle class, and others who worked into making seem us banker friendly, using the veil of the political party to make it seem like they were the good guys, and now you were supposedly they pitched it as a way to protect the regular bank owners from the bankrupts, which everyone was scared of. So by 1913, this secret committee was able to mind game the public into to getting enough support, and President Woodrow Wilson signed the Federal Reserve Act in 1914. But even then, the populace, big farmers, called it a settlement clause, and they never worked out, and the Fed structure still gave big banks a lot of influence, and rivaled or France and banks in Europe ended up on this board. To put it in modern times, we've seen this blatantly with the 2008 crash, where the government bailed out all of the banks, but had the common man facing foreclosures on their homes and other stuff like losing their jobs, making them pay for it. So I just want to reiterate why this was so, in a word, shady. First, this secret Jekyll Island meeting was just genuinely and purely sneaky. Nobody elected these bank owners and their top guys to redesign the money system for our government. No one asked them or even told them to. Let that sink in for a moment. Unelected officials were dictating monetary policy in our country, which favored the banks and not the common man. Secondly, the Federal Reserve was sold as a public good, but it gave private bankers a huge role in running it, which was plainly just a power grab. Third, President Woodrow Wilson himself later regretted it, saying he ruined the country by signing it. The people who were against it, like Charles Lindbergh, who was a big populist at the time, called it a money trust that let banks print money and control the credit system, which could screw over regular people by causing inflation or favoring big businesses. And he definitely was not wrong about that, as we see today. Now, let's fast forward to World War I. World War I started in Europe in 1914, and though the U.S. stayed neutral at first, the Federal Reserve ended up playing a role by giving money to the Allied countries. When America entered the war in 1917, war financing exploded. The government issued Liberty Bonds, which is a massive public debt drive that raised over $21 billion through patriotic campaigns. But the Federal Reserve supported this by purchasing bonds directly and encouraging banks to lend against them, effectively monetizing the debt. This expanded the money supply by about 60% from 1914 to 1920. With M1, which is the total amount of physical currency in circulation like cash and coins, plus checking account deposits and other liquid assets that can be quickly converted to cash, the supply jumped from $15 billion to $24 billion, almost grew by 2 times the amount. Inflation, of course, surged greatly, going as high as 20% in just 1 year. And this was also added on and making it worse by wartime shortages, labor strikes, and increased demand for goods. Everyday items like food and clothing doubled in price, which led to social unrest like steel strikes and other big events going on strike. The Federal Reserve tried to manage this by raising discount rates, but political pressure kept these low. After the end of World War I, a sharp recession hit the economy as wartime production wound up greatly. This really catch up and what we really had to do was make tanks and missiles better. And the Federal Reserve jumped the interest rates up to 7%. This caused deflation, and unemployment spiked to a staggering 12%. But this, what they call hard goods, purged the excess money supply quicker, which was supposed to set the stage for recovery. But then, anyways, let's fast forward to the 1920s, which is often called the Roaring '20s because of its huge economy boost, and it saw people globally for the consumers for those innovations like such as E4, LTE, radios, electricity, and also America's GDP growing 4% annually. The economy was pretty good. This was just on paper.
Nah, I thought he made that.
Which means people could purchase all these new inventions on an installment, or in other words, going into debt and paying for the next quarter. This practice helped to drive the economic growth in the short term, and also led to daunting debt for the average person, which contributed to the economic stability that started before the Great Depression. The Federal Reserve, which was influenced by international needs, kept interest rates low at 3 or 4%, and this was solely just to help credit in terms of gold standard as they were before, which required good support. This policy was a scale so stocks, stock market, tend to more leverage. Basically, this is bad these stocks were real low credit, big money issue. These were just buying on margin for this practice. A lot of investors, they're small, borrowing the rest of the book.
That's good.
Investors only need to put up 10% of the stock's price, and they can leverage their capital by as much as 10%. So that's to be very efficient. So, in simple terms, everyone was using borrowed money to buy stocks, which made the stock market extremely unstable and prone to crashing. While the country technically had more money, prices for everyday goods stayed the same because the dollar was still tied to gold. However, all that borrowed money caused stock prices to skyrocket, and this created a huge bubble. Cultural shifts like prohibition at the time and jazz music masked the underlying issue that people were facing, like farm debt from overproduction, unequal wealth distribution, where the top 1% of the country had 24% of the nation's income, and international debts from World War I preparations, like U.S. loans in Germany. The Federal Reserve attempted to fix these issues, just came too late, and in 1929 the stock market crashed, wiped out $30 billion in exposed fragility in the credit field system. Let's fast forward to the Great Depression and the post-Depression era. The stock market crash started in the Great Depression, and the Federal Reserve's actions pretty much just made it worse. Instead of issuing immediately solve the reserve, they discovered causing prices to rise. Thus, they let the total amount of money in the economy shrink by almost a third, as thousands of banks pretty much shut down because of this, and people were starting to hide cash under their mattress. Prices fell sharply each year, which made existing debts much harder to pay back, and this led to huge labor farm losses, also at the time a severe drought.
How did that go in? No way that went in. What? Hey. Like those are gold. In the leg, in the little tight person. That's crazy.
Even when they were escaping that emergencies, its leaders still refused to pump money into the system like they had in earlier crises. This refusal to act turned a bad recession into a global depression. Now, let's fast forward to the middle and post-Great Depression, where everything was trying to get fixed by the rise of the world. Franklin Roosevelt's promise then started a new economic fix the Great Depression. It's called the New Deal. Essentially, what they did was it's changing how the work is done.
Oh my god.
So, this wasn't really a suggestion of the government. It's more so like the government saying, hand over your job, which effectively took $3 billion from the country. The government wanted all of it locked up in its vaults so they could control the money supply better. People were hoarding gold, which made it hard for banks to function, and FDR thought this was really the economy. By collecting about $3 billion, it's the national bank of its next life. A year later, FDR and Congress passed a law that changed the price of gold at the long-standing $20 that they bought it for to $30 and a $15 raise. This was a big jump. It's not like a good deal. The trick here essentially was just making gold work, and the dollar was slightly less. So essentially, how the dollar was beat out, create more money to go. Think about it like this. If a dollar was used to buy you a certain amount of gold, how it bought you less gold? You buy a slice of pizza, they could only buy half a slice of pizza with that same amount. Now, this gold stash, which was worth $4 billion before, is now valued at $7 billion just by changing the price. An extra $3 billion was like quote free money. FDR used to pay the stuff. People in the parks, giving them government jobs. So affordability ended for citizens, though they're actually still paying. What this means is
I really want that fucking clean sheet. It was a good goal the way he cut it.
Which made the Federal Reserve even stronger and put more control in the hands of a central board in Washington, D.C., so they can make bigger decisions about how much money to print or what interest rates to set. These changes were huge at the time because they started moving the U.S. away from the gold standard and towards a system where the government could just print more money freely. That gave the government way more power to manage the economy, but it also meant the dollar's value could slip over time if they printed too much, and
No way, we got Wiggins.
This seemed reasonable at the time. We can see that currently, in 2025, at the time of me making this video, it's biting us in the ass. Now, let's fast forward to World War II. World War II started in Europe in 1939, but the U.S. didn't get involved until Japan had attacked Pearl Harbor in 1941. So now that the U.S. was involved, they had to find a way to pay for the war, and the U.S. government needed a ton of money, basically, and they estimated that would be up to $300 billion.
Oh my
Which was a
god.
huge deal back then. Still is today, but back then they had way less debt than we do now. The Federal Reserve, led by a guy named Mariner Eccles, helped make this happen by keeping interest rates low. To make it easy to understand, think of it like locking in a cheap mortgage rate, as a short-term loan was only 0.3%, which is basically nothing, and long-term loans were capped at 2.5%. They did this by buying up government bonds and fixing how much cash that the banks had to keep on hand, which basically flooded the economy with money. The amount of money circulating in the U.S. tripled from $50 billion to $150 billion during World War II. So there was a huge influx of cash in the system now. This new cash boom helped the U.S. build many tanks, planes, and other wartime vehicles, ammo, weapons. The economy boomed during this time period and also acted. And you can simply think about these times as wage unemployment dropped near 1%, meaning almost everyone who wanted a job had one. But there was a catch. All this money sloshing around, U.S. prices would go up. In 1942, inflation hit 10%, which is significant, meaning stuff like food and clothes got way more expensive. The government tried to keep prices under control with an agency called the Office of Price Administration, froze wages and rationed things like gas and meat, where you'd get a coupon for how much you would get. To help fund the war, the government sold war bonds to regular people, raising $185 billion. And think about it like this. It was a massive GoFundMe campaign where people pitched in their money to support the war. And in the 1946, the government passed the Employment Act, which officially told the Federal Reserve to focus on keeping both unemployment and inflation low. But there's even more economic in actually in more countries had some credit cards and minimums, the bigger the economy would work. The U.S. was basically the big boss here and had the most leverage in negotiations because it had 75% of the entire world. So they decided the U.S. dollar would be the main currency with gold backing it at $300 a piece. Other countries' currencies were tied to the dollar at fixed rates. So between the organization behind the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, they were created to help with all this. What they did was the IMF gave short-term loans to countries that had come in trouble, and the World Bank funded bigger projects like rebuilding war-torn countries. But this setup had a problem. It was called the Triffin dilemma. Basically, the U.S. had to spend more than it took in, meaning we were in the red and running deficits to keep enough dollars flowing around the world for trade. But spending too much made people worry the dollar wasn't worth as much as gold promised, which created tension in the system. In short, the U.S. used cheap money and big production to win the war, but it caused inflation. Then, after the war, the dollar became the world's top currency, but that came with some trade-offs. Now, let's fast forward to post-World War II and enter into the baby boomer era. The 1950s and the 1960s were
Oh my God! What a beautiful. That's football right there. That's the beautiful game right there. Look at the setup. Look at this. Wait. Oof. 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 The beautiful game.
So things didn't get expensive too quickly, unlike today's times. But it wasn't all perfect. The Korean War in the 1950s started and it messed with the economy by pushing inflation to rise just again, like World War II. And it raised 10%. So prices went up for everything because basically war is expensive and demand for goods spiked in price. But before the Korean War, though, the Federal Reserve had been forced to keep interest rates low to help the government borrow money more cheaply. In 1951, the Treasury Fed report was signed, which was like the Federal Reserve saying, "We're done being told what to do." This let the Federal Reserve raise interest rates to slow down inflation. Now, let's jump to the 1960s. In the 60s, both Presidents JFK and Lyndon Johnson kept the economy going pretty good. A big tax cut in 1964 gave normal people and small businesses more money to spend. Think of it like a bonus in your paycheck. But Lyndon Johnson also launched the Great Society program. And this is stuff we still use today. Medicare and Medicaid to help the elderly, or healthcare, which costs the country a ton of money. Add to that, the Vietnam War started, and the government was spending way more money than it was taking in by spending $25 billion deficits each year. You also need to remember here that $25 billion in the 1960s was worth a lot more money back then, seemingly at the time compared to nowadays. And in today's money, that would be $273 billion a year. But the Federal Reserve didn't care, not surprisingly, and they did what they did best. The Federal Reserve kept printing money to cover this deficit, growing the money supply by 7% a year, which is like pouring fuel on a fire for an economy. By 1969, inflation hit 6%, so everything was starting to get noticeably more expensive.
Oh my God! Is he offside though?
It was spending big
I'm about to say he's offside.
funds and social programs, which was the butter. In hindsight, this didn't work out well, put a little strain on the economy. It was like trying to max out your credit card on two big purchases at once. In a global economy, things started to get hard to do. The U.S. dollar was tied to gold at $45 an ounce, like we said earlier with Grant Woods during World War II. The deal set up active. Other countries could trade their dollars for U.S. gold. But the U.S. was spending so much money that it started running out of gold. And it went from 574 million ounces of gold. Now, let's fast forward to the 1970s and the U.S. officially leaving the gold standard. This is when the downward was. Due to the U.S.'s excessive spending. In 1971, President Nixon went on TV and he dropped the news on the U.S. dropping.
Oh my God!
This is called the Nixon Show. He basically said that foreign banks could no longer trade dollars, at least for a while. But he never went this drove the agreement to bank currencies to the United States dollar and gold. A few months after this announcement in 1970, the U.S. tried to patch things up with the rest of the Bretton Woods countries who were pissed off about this. The Smithsonian Agreement, which was setting a new gold price at $38 an ounce and loosening some rules. But it didn't work. by 1973, the system was completed. Countries started letting their currencies float, meaning their value was set by markets. It was not fixed to the dollar. Without gold into the dollar lost about 20% of its value against other major currencies. Gold prices shot up from $35 an ounce to $120 an ounce by the end of 1970. The shift to a fiat system, meaning it's paper with no inherent backing, meant the U.S. could print as much paper money as it wanted. This eventually meant less financial discipline for the government, leading to humongous budget deficits. In essence, they were overspending like crazy. Think of this like maxing out your credit cards and just never paying it back in full.
What a golfing champion. Yankee to the clean sheet, bro.
1970s economy was pretty rough. This was also the leaders of the term stagflation, which means it was a weird mix of high inflation to double-digit inflation and stagnation, which means slow economic growth. The GDP of the U.S. only rising 2% or less each year, and unemployment up to 10% when it used to be like 2%. Then it just got even worse. Beyond the war, when Arab-producing oil countries like Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Iraq, Iran, and Kuwait cut off oil to the U.S. for supporting Israel. Oil prices jumped up massively from $3 a barrel to $12 a barrel, which caused massively long gas lines and pushed inflation to double digits, around 10 to 15%. Then the current president at the time, President Gerald Ford, tried a campaign called Whip Inflation Now, or short for WIN, by asking people to cut back on their spending voluntarily, but obviously this didn't work, as it's stupid to ask people to do this and expect it to fix a problem. So the Federal Reserve kept interest rates low and simply just printed more money to cover government spending, which made inflation, you guessed it, even worse. Then in 1979, the Iranian Revolution caused, yet again, another oil crisis, pushing oil prices from the previous $12 a barrel to $40 a barrel. And inflation rose, yet again, around 15% by 1980. Normal blue-collar workers, especially in unions, demanded bigger raises to keep up with rising prices, which fueled a wage price spiral, which was higher wages led to higher prices. And then it just kept going on and on. So people started to panic and buy gold like crazy, and its price got up to $850 an ounce in January of 1980. The economy experts were confused, though, because the old theories said you couldn't have high inflation and high unemployment at the same time, but that's exactly what was happening. Shocker, I know. In 1979, President Carter appointed Paul Volcker as the Fed chairman. He jacked up interest rates to an absolutely insane 20% in 1981, making borrowing extremely expensive. This caused 2 recessions and unemployment hitting 15%. Factories in places like the Rust Belt shut down, and my own family lost their well-paying factory jobs because of this, and farmers went bankrupt. It was a tough time, and people were mad, but inflation did drop to 3% by 1983, and people started trusting the Federal Reserve again for some reason. Now, let's fast forward to the 80s. In the 80s, Ronald Reagan tried to juice up the economy by cutting taxes for rich people and businesses, dropping the top tax rate from 70% to 50% in 1982. This got the big businesses spending money, but the government spending money each year of it. is true, right? Even from its financial failure, tanked
We're up
housing
2-0.
prices 30%,
He scored.
and erased $8 trillion from the economy. The Fed then spent $1.7 trillion into bonds, making its overall spending to $2.3 trillion a year. This bailout for the big banks had everyone else paying for it, and the companies were taking the toll and had a lot of people fired from their jobs, so some companies could save money, and people lost their jobs, and the unemployment crisis got really bad. So the 2010s, not really cool with this one, but it was pretty slow. And to sum all of it up, was solved with gold printing. Now let's fast forward to 2020, COVID, and what we see nowadays.
That's a 9 right
It
there.
just got worse. It's like 2008. Recovering from it slowly. COVID. Thought we were recovering until we didn't. COVID started in 2020. The economy basically just tanked. The U.S. GDPs dropped 31% in the spring of 2020. To help, the government poured in about $6 trillion through 3 big laws. The CARES Act, which was
Oh my God, what?
stimulus checks, SBA loans, consolidated appropriations with
What?
the American Rescue Plan, which was $1.9 trillion. This was basically just
That's until
bringing
it
out
hit the
money to
post.
keep people and businesses afloat.
Oh, that's some bull.
The Federal Reserve went all in. They slashed interest rates to 0%, bought tons of bonds, and they pumped their balance sheet to $9 trillion.
I'm confused.
They basically printed more money to keep things moving. But some trouble came with the supply chains broken down,
Wait,
shortages
what?
of computer chips from Taiwan, clogged shipping
Oh,
ports,
no.
a lot less people were working and living off of unemployment. And Russia's invasion of Ukraine spiked energy prices. This pushed inflation to what they say was 10% in June of 2022. Again, this is just their official numbers. It was probably likely closer to 25 or 30%. Food prices jumped up, and again, official numbers say 10%, but it's probably closer to 50. Gas got up to 50%. Again, this is just their official numbers, probably closer to 100%. And used cars cost about 100% more because of chip shortages. To fight inflation, the Fed raised interest rates 11 times from March 2022 to July 2023 and hit 5.5%. This is like jacking up the cost of borrowing to slow down spending. It worked, and inflation dropped by the middle of 2023, but it hurt bad, and it caused some banks to collapse. As of today, prices are way higher than they were decades ago, as the dollar buys just 3% of what it did in 1913. And you may ask yourself why, and the answer is pretty obvious by now. The U.S. fiscal standard a long time ago, they let the government print money to cover spending, like our $35 trillion national debt. Add in big costs from programs like Social Security, plus global supply shocks, and the dollar just keeps losing value over time. So now we're done with the history of money so far, and you may be thinking to yourself, with the dollar losing so much value, you want to keep your money safe. And this isn't financial advice, let me make that clear. But I think the answer is gold and Bitcoin. It's been a reliable way to hold on to wealth for thousands of years, unlike dollars that the government can just print whatever they want. As of right now, gold's price is around $4,000 an ounce, when it was $850 in the 80s. And it's climbing in fiat currency price because people see it as a shield against the dollar's obsolescence. It's simple. Gold has real value on its own. Unlike paper dollars, which are just promises from the government that they keep breaking that promise, gold is rare and you can't fake it. Sure, people make fake gold, but it's literally useless and not a real thing, so this comparison doesn't stand up. Gold has been used as money for centuries, from ancient Egypt to modern times. Because it doesn't rust, it's scarce. There's only so much in the world, and nobody can just make more of it like they can with dollars. When the dollar was tied to gold before 1871, you could exchange your dollars for a set amount of gold, like we said earlier, $35 an ounce. That kept the dollar's value steady because the government couldn't print more without having the gold to back it up. Now that the dollar is just paper with no gold backing, and it loses value when the Federal Reserve prints more, like the $6 trillion during COVID is devaluing our money. Gold protects your money because it holds its worth over time. Think of it like this. In 1913, a $20 bill and a 1-ounce gold coin were worth about the same. Today, that $20 bill buys you some coffees, but that ounce of gold is worth $4,000. That's because gold's value grows when the dollar weakens. When prices for stuff like gas and groceries go up with inflation, your dollars buy less, but gold tends to go up in price, and it keeps your wealth safe. Another reason gold is sound money is that the governments and banks can't mess with it like they can with dollars. When FDR took everyone's gold in 1933, or when Nixon ditched the gold standard in 1971, they could then devalue the dollar to fund their plans. Gold, though, it's really out of their control. Nobody can print more gold, and it's accepted worldwide for batteries and charge. That's why central banks, like in China and Russia, which bought over 1,000 tons in 2024 alone, think of that, 1,000 tons, they stockpile it. They're worried about the dollar too, especially with sanctions and freezing assets like Russia's $300 billion sanction in 2022. Gold's like a backup plan that can't be hacked and it can't be seized. It's not just banks that do this. You and I, just regular people, can also buy gold to protect their savings. Here's an example. Let's say you've got $10,000 right now in a bank account. If inflation runs at 3% a year, in 20 years, that money's buying power could drop by half, down to $5,000. If you put that $10,000 into gold back when it was $1,900 an ounce in 2011, you'd have about 5 ounces now. Today, those 5 ounces are worth $20,000. You didn't lose money keeping it in fiat or a savings account, you doubled it, even though prices for everything else went up. Gold's like a shield against the dollar's slow death. Okay, so gold's not the only thing I like, especially when it comes to the dollar losing value. I'm huge on Bitcoin too. Think of Bitcoin as gold, but just a digital equivalent. It's not controlled by any government or bank, which is why I love it. Right now, Bitcoin's price is around $111,000 per coin, which is an absolutely insane climb from when 2015, when it was only worth $200, and $8,000 in 2021. Bitcoin's price has skyrocketed because it's designed to be scarce, just like gold. There will only ever be 21 million Bitcoins. This scarcity makes it attractive when you think about the fact that the dollar is getting weaker from all that government printing we talked about. Back in 2020, when COVID hit and the Fed pumped trillions into the economy, Bitcoin jumped from 8 grand to 29 grand by the year's end. In 2021, it hit a high of 69,000 as everyone from tech bros to big companies like Tesla and even huge equity management companies like Fidelity and Vanguard jumped in to buy it. Right now, Bitcoin is $111,000 because of a few things. First, inflation. Second, the national debt. I see the national debt at $35 trillion, and I think to myself, the dollar is going to keep losing value. Bitcoin is not tied to the Federal Reserve's printing price. There are investment companies and people way smarter than I am with finances. All are buying into Bitcoin, like the hedge funds and even countries like China, Russia, the UK, the US, and El Salvador, which made Bitcoin legal tender. More geopolitical stuff happening, like wars in Ukraine. Plus sanctions on Russia has made it so that people are looking for an asset that can't be frozen or messed with by governments. Bitcoin's decentralized, meaning no one can just seize it like they did with Russia's dollar reserves. So basically, the bottom line here is that the dollar's downfall since the creation of the Federal Reserve in 1913 boils down to cutting the link with the dollar and assets like gold, letting money get created out of thin air from wars, economic crashes, and excessive government spending. It cannot continue like this. So I'm all in on gold. Thanks for staying with me during this deep breakdown. It's all today. Like I said,
we need him for next year, bro. And bro, he's gonna be the main reason why we get promoted. Look at that finish. Look at the finesse. Look at the curl. Look at the patience. The composure. The compression. Oh man, that dude, man, he's in the good.
Irreversibly, like everything is and the world's close to fire. The world is watching a burn, and it's so over. It's just so over. But then I had this thought, like, decided I'm supposed to fix all this shit. You know, like the pressure to be like a hero or something, or have a monumental impact. I'm not saying to be lazy, but you know, this shit just doesn't matter. You know,
the fucking post.
A lot of this shit just doesn't matter, and I don't mean that in like a "woe is me, we're all gonna die" kind of way, like a bitch. You know, I mean it in like a "wow, this really doesn't matter. I can actually breathe now." You know, just think about it. 100 years from now, nobody will really or mine, and the planet will continue.
Oh, yes, sir. Corner merchants. Look at that. Look at that. Colossal. Oh, not playing. Oh my God. That boy William. That boy William. That boy William. Yes, sir. With that finish. I was about to say, here you're at front, bro. Running slow as hell. But he get that. Oh, that's a goal. Oh my God, the boost. Oh my. Red blood. That's a goal. Let's go, Kawa. I gotta call him Kita. We really gotta have power. We got Kawa. We got Yama, Kita. Yeah, he's got Kita. That boy Kita. Oh, come on, Lemo. Offside. 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 How's that now? Offside. Don't matter. They don't matter. W defense. Lockdown. Lockdown. Give me that clean sheet. Give me that clean sheet. Yes, sir. Man, we going to the Prem, bro. We going to the Prem. We going to the fucking Prem. We can finally win away at home, sleep a clean sheet. Oh my God. Aye, God. Aye. Bro, Leicester's creepy, bro. That's the main one I'm scared of. Leicester's like the main one, bro. Oh, we're playing Norwich. Oh, nah, I'm gonna have to bring this back. I have to bring this back, and man, I want to play, bro. But nah. I won't play FM until Monday. Play Monday and Tuesday. Yeah, I'll do that. Oh, Josh Sargent's hurt too. Ooh, okay. No, Kita got hurt. No, ain't no way. Kita, ain't no way, bro. Oh, shot. Chile versus England. For the gosh, I need you to leave, bro. I need the money, bro. We should be, yeah, we got 40 already. Nah, we're going to score like 100 some. You're lying. Oh no. The 55 is wild, bro.